Can we make it record?
No, don't need it. We don't want to record there.
But I wanted to record what I was going to say about Mr. Kinsella. Okay, that's fine.
No, so that's the Zoom meeting. So that was a duplicate recording that was just set up automatically by Zoom. We're still streaming on our
Perfect.
online
Thank you.
website. So
Thank
the
you.
zone has everything going and record.
Thank you for the clarification. Before we start our business today, sadly, I want to make sure that everyone is aware of the passing of past Mayor and Reeve, Earl Kinsella. Earl was here when I first started. One heck of a mentor and one great leader for this county. You know, the county prospered during his time here, and I think it's really important that we just had a minute of silence to acknowledge Earl, one heck of a good man, and you know, condolences to his family and all his friends. Could we just take 1 minute? Okay, we'll start with our business. The first thing that we have to deal with is our agenda. Item 2.0. Councillor Moore.
Good morning, Mawood. Good morning, everyone. Before we approve our agenda, I've had a couple of questions about items 8.1 and 8.2. And I'm wondering if administration can explain maybe in layman's terms why they are in camera, because normally notices of motion by their very nature are tabled and debated in public. And it would appear that this could be a conflict with our legislated responsibility for transparency and for accountability to our residents. So I'm hoping you can help so I can answer those questions. Thank you.
Through the acting CAO to council, the items under number 8, notices of motion, are held in closed session due to the content of those notices of motion. Notices of motion are not at all in the Municipal Government Act, so they're not legislated from a provincial perspective. So they would be any sort of municipal rules that we would have would be trumped by legislation such as the Access to Information Act, which has recently replaced the FOIP Act. So our requirement to contain those matters confidentially is set primarily under the Access to Information Act.
Okay. So we have a motion before us to, we don't have a motion. Who wants to make a motion? Councillor Master.
Yeah, it's, you're trying to get approval of the agenda, are we, Mr. Mayor?
Yes, that's what I'm trying to do.
Okay.
As presented,
So,
hopefully.
it's been brought to my attention that maybe our lawyers online are gonna be online. Do I see him on our agenda? And if so, can we move him near the beginning of the meeting?
Yes, he's actually, Councillor Massey, it's actually listed for 9:30 a.m.
Okay, I appreciate that, so we can confirm the lawyer is online, and then with that, I'll certainly approve the agenda with the notice of motion at 9:30. Thank you.
Any discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? Councillor Moore is opposed. Motion has been carried. We'll deal with our minutes, and then we'll go to the next item. Councillor Kennett.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I found a problem with the minutes, specifically CC 25-101. This is the part after the amendment from Councillor Moore. It says I moved, but I did not move. Councillor Moore actually moved that.
Councillor Kennett, to confirm then, so it's looking like 101 is inadvertently containing the removal of the Waskesiu, but we do believe that you made that original motion.
I made the original.
And then Councillor Moore made the amendment to remove.
And then the original came back.
Back on the
and
floor.
That's when Councillor Moore made that, because I couldn't make a positive motion there.
So we'll remove the language from, we'll leave you as the mover on 101 with the removal of the language regarding the Waskesiu Mobile Home Development.
No. The 101 original, I moved that with the amendment. Then we had the
Right?
motion that Councillor Moore amended to include it, which passed. And then it was back on the floor as 101, but it's amended to the change, and that was Councillor Moore at that second stage.
So the way that that process worked was you put the original motion on the floor with the amendment to remove Waskesiu. Councillor Moore passed put forward the amendment to remove the clause regarding Waskesiu. So to amend your motion by removing the clause. That passed, so then the motion was amended with that clause removed. So you still remain as the mover because it was your original motion, but her amendment impacted how your motion reads.
Except Mayor Wood asked me to move it at that point, and I refused.
So you withdrew yourself as the mover on the resolution?
Yeah.
Okay, well, we will correct that.
Can we just take a 2-minute recess? I want to grab my notes from my desk, please.
Because you recused as well.
But there's a, I think what's recorded there is right. There was a second motion.
Following that, Councillor Moore made a motion for an amendment. That amendment was passed. We then went back to the original motion. There was a vote on that original motion, and the Councillor Ramsey and Councillor Kennett were opposed. The motion was carried.
Respectfully, through to the CAO, or through this acting CAO, administration would like to request we defer this to later in the meeting, and we'll go back and watch the video and just confirm everything and that we're all in alignment.
Thank you. That sounds like a pretty clear way to do it. So if that's okay with everyone, we'll just come back to the minutes later in the meeting. We have I believe this is a portion of time that we have scheduled for the notice of motion. I need a go ahead, Councillor Holzman.
I would move that we go in session according to the Access to Information Act as presented in the agenda at 9:39.
So you're going in closed session, okay? Any discussion? All those in favor? It's carried unanimously. Okay, we're gonna go to the other room. We're all set up over there. I'm gonna bring us back to order. And I need a motion to come out of camera. Councillor Kennett.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move we come out of camera at 11:26.
11:26, all those in favor? It's carried. All right. So now we're going to go back to, we'll come back to item number 8.1 in a few minutes. But we're going to deal with, in looking at time, we'll go back to 5.1, 2025 Rural Community Facility Capital Assistance Grants. Good morning.
Good morning. Okay. My name is Jessica Bernard, Community Services Coordinator with Red Deer County. I am here today to present to Council for consideration the approval and awarding of the 2025 Rural Community Facility Capital Assistance Grant to nonprofit community organizations, agricultural societies or associations, and hall boards. Just a little bit of background here. So community organizations, agricultural societies, associations, and hall boards are eligible to apply for the Rural Community Facility Capital Assistance Grant for support with capital projects involving maintenance, repair, or enhancement of facilities located within Red Deer County. This year, applicants were asked to apply for only one project. The grant has consistently been oversubscribed. The deadline to apply for the grant was moved forward to April to better meet the needs of the community and align the disbursement of the grant with project timelines. This deadline will be moved forward to February in 2026. A total of 20 applications were received, with one ineligible, for a total of $413,679 in eligible projects. The amount of funding support requested from Red Deer County towards these projects totals $342,814. 2025 marks the 19th year of the grant program. Since 2007, the county has provided $4,619,230 in capital funding to rural community facilities. This year, the program was oversubscribed by $42,814. Some applicants are seeking their total project amount, while others are providing significant cash, volunteer labor, equipment. Projects include renovations and upgrades, replacement of aging amenities, and outside amenity improvements. The details of each application were assessed in accordance with a scoring criterion, ranking system, to ensure a consistent comparison. The scoring criterion includes safety, importance to the operation, financial contributions from the group, operational period and availability, the community benefit of the project, previous grant funding received, and level of operating funds received as per the Support to Rural Community Facilities Policy 5.002. Implications. The approved 2025 Community Services budget allocates $300,000 for this program. Once upgrades and renovations are complete at the various facilities, it will enhance the use of existing facilities for members of the public. Communications plan. So as part of the agenda, this report has been shared online. The public can watch the video stream live or through recorded videos. Direction on this matter will be included in the meeting minutes, which are published online and summarized in the county news. A separate article will also be included in a future county news issue. Each community facility contact will be notified of today's council decision. Letters with payments will be mailed to each community organization recipient. Alternatively, councilors may choose to deliver the letters with payments to the community organization or recipient themselves. Administration has developed several options detailed in Schedule A for council to consider within the parameters of the approved budget. Option 1, fund only the amount that was requested at the percent level that the application scored based on the ranking matrix. So that would mean that projects receive anywhere from 49% to 89% of their funding request based on the score as determined by the ranking matrix. The total grant funding amount required for this option is $246,018. Option 2, fund the full amount requested for all Level 1 ranked facilities, and the remaining applications based on the application score as determined by the ranking matrix. This would mean that projects receive anywhere from 49% to 100% of their funding request, and the total grant funding required for this option is $274,859. Option 3, fund the full amount requested for all Level 1 ranked facilities with the remaining budgeted funds allocated to the other applications in order of highest to lowest matrix ranking score. All facilities, including unranked facilities, receive additional funding support. 9 out of the 19 applications received 100% of the amount of funding support requested, and the total grant funding required for this option is $300,000. And finally, option D, refer the decision on the matter for further information with direction to administration on specific details to be provided. And it is administration's recommendation that council approve option number 3 as detailed in Schedule A to provide $300,000 in grants to the 19 community groups as presented.
Thank you for your report. Are there any questions? Councillor Moore.
Thank you, Mayor Wood. Thank you for the report. The applications this year, were they fairly typical dollar amount and amount of communities actually applying? Did you see any change?
Through the acting CAO to council, I would say that we have consistently seen an increase in the amount of groups and associations applying for the assistance. And with the amounts that they're requesting fairly consistent throughout the year. This year, the program was oversubscribed by about $42,000. In previous years, we have seen a larger amount of oversubscription, but we used to allow groups to provide applications for more than one priority project. And this year, because of the constant oversubscription, they were only eligible to apply for one project. So.
Thank you for that information.
Councillor Massier, questions?
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Thanks for the great report. It's the funnest day of the year, you know, it's Christmas. Your options are heavily based on the matrix, and I truly appreciate that. It takes some of the politics out of it. I really like that, oh, not that one, but the matrix is giving us a little bit more science and direction. All of a sudden now we want to leave the matrix and say level ones, though, are a little special. They deserve funding, and then we use the matrix to use the rest of the money. Does the matrix need retweaking for future uses of this community grant? Or I guess if the matrix isn't working just right, does it need to be tweaked? Or can you justify to me why the level ones are special? And so either route will explain why you have different options here, please.
Ms. Symington?
Through the CAO to council, the level 1 facilities are the facilities that we provide the most operational assistance grant funding to. So they're the ones that the halls and the facilities that are over 20,000. So they're the ones in our minds that are most usage. They really come down to like, they're the bigger halls. So that's why they tend to be a little bit treated because of that level 1. Then they've been allocated that based on like their usage, how the size of the hall, those operating factors for their cost to operate. So that's why they are treated a little bit more because of that allocation.
And I think that's enough for me, because I do like the 3 options you've offered us, or the 4.
Questions?
And so then I'll slip one in just to keep the formality. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Do the level ones not already get larger operating money? This is capital, correct? That's a different funding stream they're operating in. Do not level ones get more there too?
Through the acting CAO to council, that is correct. They do get
Thank you,
more
Ms.
funding.
Symington.
Councillor Holzman?
You asked all my questions, because that was what I was going to ask, is how the level ones came about. But I guess on the matrix part, when you look at some of what is in there, it's more minor for the matrix so that the level 1 covers off some big repairs in option number 3 is what I seen. Is that how the matrix work? Like some of them are minor compared to the big things like sewer replacement, et cetera, in option 3, correct? Okay, thank you.
Councillor DePalm.
Thanks for the report. I know this is hard to do all this because you want to give everybody, but I do have one question. I see all the halls and the ag societies, but there's also some museums on here. Do they try and get funding from, say, provincial or things like that to help with their museum parts?
Through the acting CAO to council, that is correct. There is some other funding streams that they can apply for, which is the Community Facility Enhancement Program, as well as there is some, I believe, some heritage funding that they're actually eligible for as well.
Okay. So, so I guess my question would be, if we didn't give them funding, they could find funding somewhere else for some of these projects.
Ms. Symington.
Through the acting CAO to council, I think they'd have it's a very competitive market for them, so I think they would have some challenges finding some funding, but they could look for other streams as well, as well as some of these community halls too as well. It's but it is very competitive because there's not as many dollars as there used to be, and the criteria, I think it can be a little bit more stringent to try to access some of those dollars.
Okay, thanks.
Councillor Kennett.
Yeah, thank you. It appears a lot of these requests are with, like even the 100% ones are including GST in that. Is there any recovery that the county is able to do on the GST portion?
Ms. Symington. Mr. Brown. Mr. Brown's in charge today.
Yeah, certainly. Oh, great, wonderful. This is a question I actually. With respect to GST, when those things due, we are GST registered and exempt, so we do have that opportunity to claim that back. And then just filling in with a couple of kind of the interstitial space on a couple of the other questions or inquiries. When you look at museums, for example, those are cultural identity centers that the idea being they draw people to the county and to the community. And then when certainly looking at the matrix scoring overall, the opportunity, prioritizing level 1s could then make it such that level 1s essentially get all the funding each year, versus this concept which you saw in the options presented where the ranking came in well below budget and there were additional funds to then allocate accordingly versus changing the matrix. So administration does feel that the ranking matrix puts people into fairness. And I'm just going to turn and kind of ask Ms. Symington if she can confirm about the GST in there. It says that they appear to be in there. Are these amounts net of GST or including?
To the acting CAO. So all of the costing out listed here includes GST, because during the application process, we require the applicants to provide project quotes, and the cost for them to do those projects have GST added onto there. So the costing that you see here includes GST.
Okay, thank you. The other question I have, there's a few like new water wells and whatnot. You never know the final price on a water well sometimes in case conditions change downhole. Are they fully responsible for any overages then on those water wells? Because it's a best guess, I guess, in the best light.
Ms. Symington.
Through the acting CAO to council, typically what has happened is this is the amount that the applicant will receive if council approves it. They are responsible for any overages. If the project comes under, they have to actually provide the funding back to the county. So we monitor that with them. So what will happen is, for example, they may ask for a change of scope. Once they go out, say they do, they were looking for a particular project and then the costing came in too high. They may look for a different scope or they may ask for it, but we always work with the community group to see how that funds can be allocated within the amount that they have. But any overage, they are responsible for that.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Ramsey? Looking for a motion. Councillor Ramsey?
Thanks, Mayor Wood. I would certainly move staff recommendation that council approve option 3 as detailed in Schedule A to provide the $300,000 in grants to the 19 community groups as presented. I think this is probably some of the best dollars we spend every year, and we get the money into the hands of the volunteers to improve our community facilities and make our communities viable. And I really like that we moved the timeline up for that as well.
Councillor Kennett?
Yeah, I will support option 3. I think it's as stated. We got to keep our community halls up, and using the matrix along with the rankings of the halls. It's not perfect, but it's the best way, I think. And with safety being one of the highest ranking things, I noticed this year there's quite a few safety projects that are listed and whatnot in the option 3 and fully funded that way. Yeah, and as stated previously too, I think moving it up is a lot better. You know, everybody tries to get things done in the summer, and if we're doing funding in the fall, it's kind of rushing things. So moving it up to even February, I believe is what the report said for next year, makes sense. You know, several of these projects are summertime activities, so that way the halls can know what funds they're getting and make sure they can have their project ready to go and get it done ready to go during the construction season. Thank you.
Councillor DePalm? Councillor Holzman?
Totally support option 3. I want to thank you for all your work and effort into this, and I think the matrix works well, and I like the fact that there are items in here that are big ticket items, but I think overall it's very fair. I wish we could give out more, but that's where we're set within the budget guidelines, and it's well done and totally supportive. Thank you.
Councillor Master?
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, great team. This is a wonderful day. If I could change something, would be when you get into this fall and you put in your request to your director for funding for next year, you boost it a little bit from 300 to maybe 350, and we'll see if council will support that, because geez, you don't want to say no to none of it. But don't ever give up the matrix. I just looked at a few of the halls in Division 1, and they got skin in the game too. And I think that's important, that you participate with the communities to get enhancements to them. Because when the community puts their little bit of sweat into it, they take pride in it. And yet, yeah, it's a county facility. At the end of the day, the county better have skin into it games as well. So if it was up to me, I'd give you all the money. You recommend number 3, using the whole $300,000 budget, stay in line with budget. I look forward to the future when it's a larger budget you get to continually improve the community. So thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, great team over there.
Councillor Moore?
Thank you, Mayor Wood. And I know Councillor Mancier likes to be Santa sometimes, don't you, about giving it. We would like to give everyone everything, but we are constrained to our budget. But this is a great day for us today. You know, as we go around our community halls and we see the pride that people take in these halls, and they really are the hubs and the place where community is built throughout the county. So I'm really happy to support Councillor Ramsey's motion today. And I look forward to more applications, because I think there's some halls out there that they're not quite sure what they can apply for. And I do, you know, on my travels, definitely always bring that up. And so I totally happy to see this, and good luck with all the work that's going to take place.
I'll let you close. I just want to say, I think this is some of the best money that we've ever spent. You know, you take a look at our community halls, they're the hearts of our communities. You know, these are the types of facilities that you see the bridal shower to the wedding. You know, we see a lot of funerals too, sadly. And we see absolutely every fun dance and everything else the community can actually put on. There is so much happening at our community facilities, and I just want to thank administration. You know, you have a tough job trying to figure all this out. I've never seen this when it wasn't oversubscribed, but what I have seen is the good that comes from this absolutely every single year. And the nice part of it is that I do believe that we are able to try to keep up with these. I was worried years ago maybe we're not putting enough money in. Who knows what the right number is? But I do think that every dollar we put in is so appreciated by the community. I agree with Councillor Messery. I like to see community involvement, and community, if they can put some money in themselves, I think that's good. They all can't. They can't every time, and we fully recognize that. But I truly recognize those that are working so hard within their communities as well as yourselves. Councillor Ramsey, you want to close? Nope. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Thank you. Okay, as we're going to go back to item number 8.1, I think that we're okay to go on that now, Ms. Rodwell. Councillor Moore, are you prepared to make the motion we discussed?
I am, Mayor Wood. So I would move that that council proceed with the notice of motion 8.1.1 from myself in a closed session and as amended in a closed session as protected under the Access to Information Act, sections 19.1, disclosure harmful to business interests of a third party, 28.1b, local public body confidence, 29.1b, advice from officials, 31a, testing procedures, tests and audits, and 32.1a, privileged information.
Thank you. We've already had discussion. All those in favor? Those opposed? Motion's been defeated. Councillor Moore and DePalm in favor. The remainder were opposed. Just give me 3 seconds to note that. Okay, we'll now go to the next one. It's going to be number 8.1.
8.2.
8.2 is what's called.
So I would move that council proceed with the notice of motion from myself, number 2, as amended in closed session and as protected under the Access to Information Act, sections 19.1, disclosure harmful to business interests of a third party, 28.1b, local public body confidence, 21b, advice from officials, 31a, testing procedures, tests and audits, and 32.1a, privileged information.
Thank you. We'll have the discussion. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion has been carried. Councillors Massey, Colesman, and Wood opposed. Remainder were in favor. Motion's carried. Just give me a second to make the notes. Okay, continuing on, so we got a little time left. Let's go to the next one here, council budgets, item number 5.2.
Good morning, Council.
Good morning.
So quick bit of background on these proposed policies regarding your budgets, expenses, and devices. GPC has reviewed this matter twice and given us direction for the development of a new policy. There was no change to the rates available to you for meal expenses. Devices are staying relatively the same. They're provided at the start of term. The county provides one device with tech support, or you can choose to receive funding in the amount of one-time $1,500. And councillors would be responsible for their own cell phones. The big change to this policy is the holistic individual budgets. First of all, they're based on the fiscal years, so election years are prorated. Each individual member of council would have a set budget to spend as they see fit to support their role in public office. So the policy does purport to expand the allowable expenses to enable that. We've established a group training budget and legal services. Branded clothing is issued once per term, and additional items would be available to members at cost. The mayor's individual budget includes a PR budget. We've also established a group training budget. Oh, and that's redundant. That's a little error there. So no budget adjustment would be needed for 2025. But it will result in approximately $30,000 increase annually after that. Staff recommendation. Oh, not there yet, sorry. Policy 1.034, that's the remuneration part, setting base rates. That was adopted in March. We do have some minor amendments proposed to that. We've put it in your new policy format. And the big one there was to clarify 10 sub B that mileage may be claimed for council meetings and committee meetings. Other than that, there was just a little bit of cleanup there. No additional communications are planned on these matters. The public has access through the agenda and the minutes, the county news, the video recording, as well as the agenda on the website. Staff recommendation is that council repeal and replace policy 1.010. That was the original policy way back when, in effect until the oath of office are taken after the 2025 election. And policy 1.034, that's the base rates that you recently adopted in March. And replace those with the following policies to take effect after the oaths of office in November. So policy C103 would be the council budget, expenses, and devices, and policy C102 is the remuneration or the base rate policy. Thank you, council.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Councillor Massier?
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. And I think we got this through GPC, and thanks, administration. I think you're on the right track for the transparency for how much we make and what we get, but I hate to say it, I'm struggling with the clothing allowance. And I don't know if we need to be so specific in this policy. The words I didn't like were per term. I've sat in this chair for a while, and once in a while I get a hat, a Red Deer County hat. Does it last the full term, or do I might need two hats over a term? How many times do I go to the trade show and this year it's this theme we're wearing, next year it's a different theme? Geez, you gave me a shirt last year, I got to wear the same shirt to the trade show for 4 years? Or am I missing the intent? And the other one is a lot of us sit on Ag Service Board, and the same thing happens. I go to convention, I want to look part of a team, and Ag Services wants to brand me in a certain color. Does this policy, with the detail that I read, once per term, allow those extras that might come in a 4-year term? Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Ms. Rodwell?
Through the acting CEO to council, the intent of adding these clauses in was to try to clarify the current practice. So there's typically like a base supply that we're offering to council. And then if a member of council wanted extras, that's what we were trying to capture. If there was a specific request that someone wanted 5 shirts instead of the one that they got, then we would be applying that to their personal budget. But it is acknowledging that we have kind of consistently provided some brand wear to all members of council, and that's been a fairly equal provision to all. It's just if someone would like to exceed the equal provision.
Go ahead.
So the scenarios I outlined, it would not be in conflict to provide those shirts for the trade show, shirts for Ag Service Board, an extra hat because mine got dirty. That would be acceptable practices into the future?
That's correct. And,
Thank you very
and
much.
you may recall that you passed, I forget the proper title of it now, but an end of term policy as well. And we clarified in that one too, that the promotional clothing that you were provided is yours to keep. You weren't expected to return it at the end of your term. So it's things like that. We're just trying to capture some of those current practices in case they were ever challenged in the future. We have seen no challenges to date, but we just wanted to be prepared.
Any questions, Councillor Moore? Councillor Ramsey?
Thank you, Mayor Wood. I'm just a little concerned about the the broadness around Section 13 regarding carry forward. I'm just looking for some clarity that I guess, carry forward wouldn't be more than 1 year, I guess. I have a lot of concern with that clause.
Through the acting CAO to Member Ramsey, the intent of this clause was to allow a member of council to essentially save money for a more expensive activity. If they felt that there was something coming on the horizon that was more important, that they would have the opportunity to do so. Carrying forward small amounts of money is a very strange budget practice. I think that Acting Director Graves would kind of tell us that typically staff in our own budgets, we wouldn't be allowed to carry forward these small amounts because they don't have enough of an impact. They would just be treated as a variance. But a member of council is restricted to a very finite budget to operate within. So it was just trying to grant members of council that ability to look into the future, recognize that there was a more expensive training or development opportunity or something that you were interested in doing for your office, and recognizing that it may take you a little bit of time to save for that, so you had some more flexibility with those funds. But most certainly the intent was just to accommodate those kind of weird, strange anomalies where someone wants to do something a little bit more costly than what we might be contemplating today.
So if that section were removed, would that mean that your money would be spent in that year and then there would be...
That's correct.
You'd get the new budget.
That's correct. So yeah, it was only if, a new FCM every so often introduces a new conference type. If you saw that get advertised and you recognized that you thought that would be something you wanted to attend next year, save your money, ask for it to be rolled over into the following year, attend that conference, and still be within your budget in that next year. But most certainly if that clause is removed, the only impact is you're just stuck to one solid budget for the entire year. No major impact. It was just an offering to try to accommodate some larger expenses if necessary.
Councillor Kennett?
Yeah, thank you. Just a question of clarity. Under Budget Management 16, it talks about members responsible for their budgets, but then way down at, sorry, where was it again? Item 26, it then says that any member can get their budget allocation from the CAO, or the CAO shall provide. Should they not be linked together somehow for clarity that, yes, we're responsible for our budget, but we can still ask for it?
The way that it's written, the recommendation here is to try to put the onus for budget management on the member of council, but recognizing that most members of council don't keep corporate records in the same way that we do. So you're simply just asking for access to your own records. So it's just recognizing that we make records available to you. It's just like responding to an inquiry on behalf of council. That's an administrative responsibility that the CAO will be assured to perform for you at any time of your request. But that the onus is on you to be asking for it, to be cognizant of it, to be tracking. But most certainly we'll have all the receipts, the paperwork, the backup documentation, and anything that you ever need should you need to ask for it. So that's why we've tried to split it. We've tried to split this really to focus on council and council's duties, and then putting under that responsibilities section that ensuring that you're aware the CAO is always going to have that background information and be able to access that for you at any point in time.
Okay, yeah, the reason I asked is because, there's conferences a lot of times are paid for through the county credit card, so we don't see the bill until quite much later, actually.
That's exactly it. It's that you're making the expenses. We're going to hold those records though. So you can ask for your records at any point in time. And some of the switches in this, like going to the annual budget instead of based on the term budget, actually makes it really a lot easier for us to start pulling those records. We've done some changes behind the scenes as well, so that we're going to be able to give you instantaneous reports going forward. And so we're really looking forward to being able to be a lot more nimble in supporting very quick responses anytime you require the information.
Okay, thank you for that.
Councillor DuPont? No, I don't have a question. Councillor Holzman?
Just following that same line of questioning, so where 16 and 17 say that they're responsible for their own management of their budget and that they must ensure they do not overspend their budget, does that mean we're not going to see the reports how they used to come back if people were over budget and council had to make a resolution for it? Because the member was very clearly told that they should work within their budget. Does that stop that? My concern is tax dollars are tax dollars, and if we're going over our budget and it's still, because we got a raise, right?
Ms. Robo?
And if it's still coming to council and the council of the day just decides, well, that's okay, we're not gonna bump the budget, we're gonna approve every time somebody's over budget. That's my concern.
Through the acting CEO to council, so we haven't put a line in this policy directly to that effect, but what council always has the option to do, policy is a policy, not a bylaw. So it has different rules. You can always set a policy aside. So anytime that somebody wanted to do an overspend, it would be the exact same process you're going through now. We would prepare a report, and the resolution would be to set aside the current policy and allow the member to go over to exceed their personal budget. So that process most certainly can still occur. We just haven't wrote it in, but it's your policy, so you're always permitted to set it aside.
Councillor Massier?
So does that cover that issue though? Like, I guess my concern is if it was a large overspend and somebody gets it processed, like.
We believe that it's perfectly acceptable because it's a council policy dealing with a council matter. It would be the same thing if a member of council wanted to make a purchase that didn't appear to fit within this. We would just bring a simple report to council asking you to set it aside and approve it. So we believe that there would be nothing hindering you. There's no language in here prohibiting a resolution from coming forward, so we believe that process most certainly can continue to happen. We're just trying to make sure that it's clear and the onus is on the member, and the member flags when that report needs to come forward.
And if they're over budget and council doesn't approve it, then they just don't get paid.
Exactly, and that's why we're saying that you can't overspend your budget, but most certainly you can ask for an additional budget in advance.
Perfect.
It's the same thing with administration. If we know we're going to overspend a budget line, we bring a report back to council. You approve us to go over to make the overspend.
Councillor Massier?
Hey, Mr. Mayor, we gone around, so if you want, I'll give you a motion to the positive. You ready for a motion on this one?
Yeah, everyone's had a turn?
Yeah. So, looking at the recommendation provided in the report, I'd certainly move that we repeal and replace policy 1.01.0 and replace them with, it looks like a couple of the new ones. Maybe I got to repeal 1.034 as well, but at the end of the day, and I don't know if Sam would like two different motions or just one, but I'd like to start with the policy C103-25. But again, I need a correction in it. The one presented to us, the draft, has got the numbering system under 15 wrong. They refer back to the number 12. So a little correction with the numbering system under the 15 section. I would move 103-25.
And Mayor would just answer the question. We would be satisfied with one motion. We do recognize it's complex because you have a policy that's not yet in effect and a policy that you're repealing. So you're doing multiple things all at the same time, but they're all to get you to the same end result. So we're satisfied with one motion to do the whole kit and caboodle.
Would you be prepared to make it all as one motion?
Sure, with the corrections to 103-25 to add the C102-25. Good work. And look forward to those of you in this room working under your expense budgets in the future.
Any other discussion? Okay, go ahead, Councillor Ramsey.
I would actually like to propose a couple amendments. I'll start with the first one. And that is around the council budget expenses and device policy attachment A, where it speaks to the budgeted amounts. The total being proposed per year is $15,200 for the mayor and $10,300 for councillors. I would like to amend those numbers to $8,750 for councillors and $11,250 for the mayor. In my mind, the recommendation is around a 50% increase to our current budgets, and I get we're changing how we do this a little bit, but you know, I don't think the original numbers were that far off, even with the added flexibility to what we can do. And you know, we've asked staff to be a little more responsible with the budget. I think we have to look at ourselves as well and try to work within some of our means, and there comes a little bit of sacrifice with this role. So my amendment is for around a 25% increase as opposed to the recommended amount.
So we have a motion to amend the budget as Councillor Ramsey has stated. We will now go around the room. I think it was going this way before, so we'll continue to do so. We're only going to talk about the amendment. If I miss somebody doing it this way, okay, we're only going to talk about the amendment at this time.
Do you have to ask if it's friendly or not first, or?
Oh, I guess we could ask if it was friendly.
Mr. Mayor, I can't accept this friendly. I need council to decide on the amendment. So whether I'm supporting it or not, I can't accept it as friendly. We'll like it voted on separate.
Thank you. Okay. Do you have comments, Councillor Kennett?
Yeah, so with that, I actually think that's a very good idea. The increase was pretty substantial in my mind, and you know, it's upon us to stay within our budgets and show the public that we can stay within our budgets. You know, there is some provisions here to work with the budget to possibly attend something different, but I think this is showing responsible money management, because this isn't our money, this is taxpayers' money. Thank you.
Councillor DePalm.
Thanks. So I have a couple questions, because my understanding with this new policy and the budget that administration come up with, that's even asking if we're asking for stuff to go for, if we want something to give away at somewhere, we won't get those benefits anymore, right? That'll come out of our budgets. If we're going somewhere and they want a prize or whatever, those kind of things will now all come out of our budgets.
That's correct. So some of the stuff that we're taking out of the general budget that all of council shares includes things like the purchase of event tickets, the purchase of promotional items, including door prizes and giveaways. Oh, there was a few more that I wanted to highlight, and now I'm forgetting them. Oh, you will no longer be provided with SIM cards in your devices either. So that was a major one. That's a $5,000 reduction in your general overall budget, and reallocating that into your individual budgets. So items like that are coming out of the general and being reallocated to individual, because we recognize that each member of council operates quite differently. We've been blessed that we've never run into an issue where a single member of council had the opportunity to really overspend on those. But most certainly the opportunity does exist, because on the general side of things, no individual member of council is really being held within a budget. So we're switching those to individual budgets. So that was the approach, and those are some of the items that were stripped out to try to reduce the impact of this cost increase.
Okay. So I guess my other question would be, so in reality, these extra costs were already in over other places. Now you're just lumping them all back into just councils.
through the acting CAO to council, some of them were in. So instead of recognizing the full increase, we've been able to bring it down a bit by taking out some of the general items, but there is most certainly an increase inherently built into these dollars. It is recognizing things too that we do expect once we give you the ability to purchase your own event tickets, we expect the number of event ticket purchases to rise. So we were accounting for some things like that to occur. So most certainly there is both things happening, a reduction to the general budget and an increase to individual personal budgets that reflects the reduction to general as well as an increase.
Okay, thanks for that. So with that all being said, I won't accept or support the amendment. You know, now that is all being wrapped into what we're responsible for, if we want to attend these events and there's times when you're asked to bring county swag to things like that. So, the ones that have been getting county swag and taking it all over, now that will come out of your own budget. So, no, I won't support this because we have to keep track of it. And I think, it'll be fine. And for some of the other reasons stated. So, I won't support the amendment.
Thank you. Councillor Holzman.
In looking at this, I have to support the amendment because it has definitely had a big increase. And I think it goes back to my question about individual budgets. We still have a large budget to work within, and we still will have lots of opportunity to work within our budget. We can carry over if we want to. So I can support this. This goes back to my point. It's taxpayers' money, and we should be working within our budgets. And quite frankly, the flat rate that we're getting as councillors went up as well this year. So I think that, I know I can support the amendment as presented.
Councillor Master.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I didn't want to make this amendment friendly because I wanted to hear the debate on it. I think it's great that we're looking at a large increase in a budget and we're saying we can work with less. And that's a great example. So I'm going to support the amendment. Looking forward to the next one.
Councillor Moore.
Thank you. So just a couple of questions to administration, and thank you for all the work on this. It is quite complex. So this recommended budget, it is realistic based on what you think we're going to need as we go forward?
Through the acting CEO, yes.
So with the proposed amendment, what is the risk? What do you see happening? Because there's a reason you came to these numbers.
It's difficult to say because, again, these are council's budgets. But from the analysis that we've done on them year over year, it is expected that you're going to have some... You're going to have some decisions to make about how you want to spend your budgets going forward. And again, it's really about how someone manages their office. If no new members of council intend on putting forward device expenses or anything like that, then likely they can fit within this budget. If a member of council wants to attend 3 conferences a year, we are seeing members of council struggle with that a bit in their current budgets. But again, from administration's perspective, it is difficult because a member of council must determine themselves how you want to spend your money. Do you want to spend your money attending local events and promoting things in your own communities, or do you want to spend your money on training conferences or a combination of both? And each of you has to make those individual decisions. We are trying to grant some flexibility to do that based on what we've seen. These are the recommended numbers that we gave you, but most certainly we leave it up to the general knowledge of council and how you think you'd like to move and use your money going forward. It is a change in process because we want to put the onus back on members of council to have some flexibility on how they use their money. Currently, administration's often put in a difficult circumstance where we're the ones saying, like, we got this event that really seems to be purposeful to our community, but it requires a paid event ticket. Does the county pay for them, or are you expected to pay for them to go and represent Red Deer County? And we felt stuck on a few of those. So that's why administration came forward with the concept to go to a general budget, put the onus on the members of council. You determine how you see fit. But again, when we run the numbers and we run the averages, all members of council are kind of all over the map in their spending. You have some expending very low, and you have some fairly routinely going over budget. So you're spending your money differently. And that's each of your own personal rights. So it's up to council to determine how much money you think that you need going forward.
Thank you for that. I think in my experience over the last 3 terms is that there never seemed to be enough in the budget to go to our 3 conferences. And it came back again and again. And I see we've changed the model here, but the numbers that you have brought forward accommodate that. And it's sad that this is a political time, and yes, we all want to save money, but we also have to be realistic. And we identified as a group that the present budget was not reflective of the conference costs and everything else. So I can't support the amendment, because I wouldn't be genuine to say that, yes, we can cut when there's going to be more expenses. And as has been stated by administration, they've rolled this all up and run the numbers in a realistic way. So I'm going to be realistic today and accept the original motion and not support the amended one.
I haven't spoke yet, and Councillor, the member that made the motion, Councillor Ramsey, will speak last. I've heard lots of varying opinion on this. From trying to save some money, to be able to attend the functions that are necessary to attend, and the costs are going up. This is a tough one, and I would say that one of the key learning things that a council can do is to actually attend conferences and actually sit down and talk with other members of council, and see the new things that are coming, rather than to try to learn it the hard way. But yet, on the other hand, do we need to attend absolutely everything, or can some of us attend some of those? And then couldn't there be some coordination between members of councils so that learning can be shared? I truly see quite a large budget increase this year, and I truly understand why the motion was made to reduce that budget. There's a lot of factors in here, though. I know that running a device, is expensive, and I know that we would now make everyone have their own device. Hopefully, that wouldn't be too onerous. I have no idea of the cost of some of these things. Fully hoping that any programming that would be necessary, the county would supply. I'm not sure how it would be. But I truly believe that we do need to watch the money that we're spent as a member of council. I'm not sure whether the amendment number is the right number. I do think that the original number was too large, and I'm going to support the amendment. I'm just not sure whether the amendment number is the correct amount, but I did believe the original number was too large. You may close, Councillor Ramsey.
Thank you, Mayor Wood. Yeah, certainly I get there's some change and potentially some added costs that would be claimed through this process. But like I said, this is still a 25% increase on what we have now.
Let's just wait for that voice to quit somehow. Maybe it's not going to quit. We will figure out how to fix that noise for next meeting. Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, like I said, it's still an increase, and like I say, part of this job, you don't have to claim everything. You can go to an event and spend the $100 on a ticket or whatever the case is. This is the money that's allocated to you to see how to use how you see fit in a year. And to me, $8,700 for a counselor is quite a lot of money to spend on stuff. And we sit here continually asking staff to be a little bit more stingy in the budget. I think council needs to do the same. We're getting paid what I would consider a full-time wage for a part-time job, and if you got to make some sacrifices to fit within a budget, so be it. And I get it. I went over mine the first couple of years, and it was a bit of a learning experience. So the next year I wanted to fit in the same amount of stuff, so I didn't claim per diem, right? So that I would fit in and not require a budget amendment. That's, and my wage, I feel, compensated that. So to me, this is just being a little bit more responsible and helping to keep our costs down.
Okay, so we've all heard the amendment. That's what we're voting on. Are we clear of the amount? Do we hear the amount?
Yeah. So for a counselor, it would be $8,750, and for the mayor, it would be $11,250.
Okay, we've all heard the amount. All those in favor? All those opposed? Councillor Moore, Councillor DePalma opposed. The motion has been carried. We'll now go back to the original motion.
Mayor Wood, if I may, I just want to get clarity from Councillor Ramsey that we're permitted to prorate those in the first and the last year. Yes. Thank you.
Okay. So that's clear to everyone? Okay. Councillor Kennett, we're back to your motion, and I'm trying. Oh, sorry. Oh, I have it. Oh, hang on. I do have it as you, Councillor Master. I have it right. This wrong person. Sorry. Okay. But was there another amendment that we had coming? No. Okay. Is there any further discussion on this matter before we vote? So we have an amendment that's been passed. All those in favor of Councillor Messier's motion? That's been carried unanimously. Thank you. All right. I'm just. I think that we have a big day coming. A lunch is probably here. Why don't we come back in a half an hour, which is going to be 12:25. Just before 1. Why don't we come back at 1 o'clock? Does that work for everybody? And then we'll try to do some work between 1 and 1:30. Back to order. The time is 1 o'clock. The next item on our agenda is bylaw number 1003/25-B. That's an amendment to the MDP. It's item 6.1 in our agendas. I'm seeing Mr. Barr sitting there, so I'm assuming, Mr. Barr, that this is what you're handling today.
Absolutely.
Good to see you today, sir.
Good to see you too. So this is to consider granting first reading to bylaw number 1003/2025-B. It's a bylaw that is proposing to amend sections 3, 9, and 13 of the Red Deer County Municipal Development Plan and to set the public hearing date for July 22nd, 2025. So the intent of the proposed amendments to the MDP is to allow for the subdivision of a maximum of 2 parcels or agricultural parcels out of a quarter section. The county has received requests from various landowners since the adoption of the MDP in 2021 to review the ag subdivision policies and to consider allowing for 2 parcels to be subdivided under certain circumstances. The proposed policy amendments would provide an owner of agricultural land the opportunity to subdivide out an existing second agricultural residence, i.e. formerly known as farmstead, fragmented area, or value-added business in situations where a parcel has already been subdivided from the quarter. The proposed amendments also allow for the consideration of a bare parcel as a second parcel subject to conditions. Proposed amendments affect sections 3.0 agriculture, 9.0 community infrastructure, and 13.0 the appendix definitions, and include, but not are limited to, a requirement for the adoption of a local area structure plan that includes all lands within a quarter in support of the second parcel. A requirement for the remaining lands within a quarter to be rezoned to a non-residential agricultural district, and allowing consideration of a second parcel as a bare parcel only if the first parcel has been developed and includes a fully serviced agricultural residence. We're changing the name of farmstead definition to agricultural residence, and we're adding a definition for agricultural parcel to provide further clarity. Also excluding the subdivision of agricultural parcels from section 9.2.3, which pertains to pavement to pavement. Schedule B in your package indicates the specific sections of the NDP that are affected by the proposed amendments. Red strike through text indicates text that will be removed, and the text that has not been struck through indicates text that has to be added. So in the spring of 2025, this year, a broad public engagement process was conducted to gather input on the proposed amendments. A variety of amendments or methods were utilized to encourage public participation and civilian engagement to gather input from the agricultural community in particular, which included utilizing the county newspaper, a news release, county's website, social media, radio ads, and a mail out to all agricultural landowners, approximately 4,700 letters, as well as 3 open houses. The outcome from the county's public engagement has been summarized in the What We Heard report, which has been posted on the county's website and on a webpage dedicated discussion on second parcels. The application will be referred to internal and external agencies for comments and concerns once first reading has been granted. The proposed bylaw will also be advertised via county news, online post on the county's website, and social media prior to the public hearing date. The City of Red Deer will also advertise. Oops, that should not be in there. Strike that last sentence. That was the IDP. Grant first reading. Our recommendation at this point is to grant first reading to the proposed bylaw and set the public hearing date for July 22nd, 2025, as stated in Alternatives 4A. Thank you.
Thank you for your report. Councillor Ramsey, do you have any questions? Councillor Kennett, Councillor DePalm, Councillor Holzman, Councillor Massier. Councillor Moore. Well, there's first time we have a whole lot of questions for a while. All right, so we're going to need a motion on the floor then. Who wants to do it? Councillor Holzman.
Just want to thank everyone for all the work that's gone into this report, and I look forward to public feedback. So I would move that we grant first reading to the proposed bylaw number 1003/2025-B and set the public hearing date for July 22nd, 2025, as stated in alternatives 4A.
Councillor Ramsey.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Wood, and you know, I certainly am open to hearing from the public on this, and I think that's really going to determine where this goes. But I am struggling with going to a public hearing at this juncture. I feel that we could open ourselves up to some risk. This is a huge topic. There's been a ton of interest and engagement on this, and depending what happens at the public hearing, we could put ourselves in a situation where we run out of time, and I think that would put the whole thing at risk. And so I'm struggling to support first reading today to go to a public hearing, and that's no disrespect to the work that's gone into this, but you know, I feel we've rushed it a little bit to get to this point, and I don't want to see it rushed across the finish line either.
Any comments, Councillor Kennett? I'm just going around the table. Councillor Palm, go ahead.
So I guess my comments, yeah, I'll definitely support first reading. I guess I don't feel the same as Councillor Ramsey. I don't feel this has been rushed. It's been on our radar for the last 3 years and even the term before. So, you know, we have sent it out to the public. We got great engagement. In all honesty, this is the best engagement we've got on anything that we've put out so far. So this gives people another opportunity to bring their concerns or their support forward, and we can listen to it at that time. So I'm definitely in support of first reading and putting it out for public hearing.
Thank you. Councillor Holzman. Councillor Massier.
Yeah, hey, thanks, Mr. Mayor. And I think I'd like to echo Councillor Palm's thoughts on this one. I remember when we went out to the public before and she was pretty split. And then you come to council chambers and you always hear the ones that are against it, and it scares you thinking that no one's for it. Whereas I think the public engagement this year, the wonderful job staff did, allowed me to hear support and the reasons behind it. So that's why I'm going to support the motion to get into a public hearing to formally hear both support and problems with it, changes to MDP. So I'm supporting the motion to get it over with.
Councillor Moore.
Thank you, Mayor Wood. So, yeah, I will support first reading Councillor Holzman's motion. As has been said, this has been a good process up to now. Our public engagement had 15,000 hits on social media, which is a record, I believe, in Red Deer County. Not to mention the 60 people at Pine Lake, and on we could go. I think it would be cowardly of us, actually, to not move ahead with what the people have come to expect, because we've done this public engagement. And yes, there's an election in October, but we're elected here to make those decisions. The people have put their faith in us to do that. So for us to shy away from that right now, I think would be, we would not be doing the job that we were elected to do. So for those reasons, I will be supporting first reading.
Did you make an amendment? No. Okay. Okay. So I'm the last to speak then before the mover. I definitely believe that we're this far in. Our public are expecting us to continue. I truly agree with the other comments that are out there. We've had really good consultation on this one, and I believe that the next step will be the public hearing, and we'll hear more, and we'll have an opportunity to hear what people have to say to us. I mean, this is what government is about, and when it comes forward, we've had a lot of comments already, but who knows? I've seen things go sideways last minute, and all of a sudden someone comes up with a new idea, and I'm willing to hear that one. So let's look forward to the public hearing when it comes up. And Councillor Holzman, do you want to close? All those in favor, first reading on the hearing date? Opposed? Councillor Ramsey is opposed. Motion's been carried. Continuing on, item number 6.2. Item 6.2 is the new agriculture district non-residential center, residential district, A-NR. Mr. Mulhay, how are you today?
I'm good, thank you, Mr.
Good.
Mayor and members of council. Is to consider granting first reading to Bylaw 1002/2025-F, Bylaw to amend the Land Use Bylaw by amending Part 2, Section 8.1, the definition for intensive agricultural agricultural operation or small agricultural holding, and Part 11 by adding a district called Agricultural Non-Residential District, or AGS-NR, and set a public hearing date for July 22nd as well. Okay, so the intent of the application is to add a new district called Ag Non-Residential District and to modify an existing land use definition. The amendments proposed in conjunction with a separate application to amend the MDP, as you have already heard, to allow for the subdivision of 2 agricultural parcels within a quarter section. The new agricultural district would include no dwelling or any land uses that could include a residence as attached in Schedule B. Actually, administration would also like to add a few uses that's in here that should be removed as well. There's 5 uses that I can certainly let you know. It's with regards to the campground minor, recreational vehicle storage major and minor, hydrovac waste disposal facility, and lastly, the warehousing and storage limited to self-storage, because some of those uses include residential component to it, so it was just an oversight. Okay, so the Ag NR district includes a list of permitted and discretionary uses that support agriculture and include design standards and additional regulations that mirror the existing agricultural district. The definition for intensive agricultural operation or small agricultural holding includes a reference to a residence or a farmstead potentially being included within the land use. Next slide. Okay, so you can see the Ag Non-Residential District is proposed to include this intensive agricultural operation or small agricultural holdings. As you can see in the last part of the sentence of that paragraph, the use definition must be amended by deleting the words that had been struck through, as you can see below, because it refers to a residence or a farmstead. Next slide. Staff recommendations to grant first reading the proposed bylaw with the amendments as stated earlier. Sorry, go ahead. So the amendment would be as follows, is to also struck through the recreational vehicle storage minor, campground minor, hydrovac waste disposal facility, recreation vehicle storage major, and lastly, the warehousing and storage limited to self-storage. Thank you.
Thank you for your report. Are there any questions of your report? Councillor Kennett.
Yeah, since we're on that discretionary side, solar energy farm, should that definition be different? I think we spoke a lot about not calling them farms. And on the other side, you call it solar energy devices.
Yeah. Okay. Mr. Mohay.
Yep. Through the acting CAO to Councillor Kenneth. At this point of juncture, we are piggybacking with the MDP amendments with regards to non-residential component to it. So we did not want to confuse one over the other as 2 different amendments that could happen as well within the MDP and within this land use bylaw. So at this juncture, though, we are just looking at the non-residential component within an ag.
I think your question was pertaining to the name of solar farm, correct?
Yes, the solar farm, I think we've,
Ms. Miller?
So through the acting CAO to mayor and council, we haven't done a full amendment to the land use bylaw to redefine solar farms. That was kind of part of the review when we were looking at it, that would be one of those pieces that we would look at. What we would do is when we are ready to do more amendments, and it was determined to wait to see what the AUC does with their legislation. Once we're ready to do those bigger amendments, we would change it to a different terminology. And then the solar device is just for those smaller scale ones that are on people's homes.
okay, so that's the differentiation. It's in the definition somewhere. Okay.
Okay, Councillor DePalm, Councillor Holzman, Councillor Massier.
Yeah, if we're doing questions, and I'm with you on the terminology we're using on that, I thought we discussed it, but does this bylaw need to be in place for the MDP changes to occur? Are they connected? Does one need before the other? Is this the right order? Do the MDP and then change? Because we talk about a non-residential in our new NDP potentially, and now we're allowing it. So I don't know if the order's right, or if it doesn't matter, or if they're connected, or can stand alone. I don't know.
Mr. Mohe?
The Deputy CEO and to Councillor Massier, we would like it to work in tandem because of the requirement for a local area structure plan, and also the requirement for having a non-residential district component to the remainder of that quarter section. So if the MDP doesn't pass, then this would be negligible. Like, it can still stand alone, however, it would not be it's not satisfying the objective of the MDP.
Thank you. Councillor Moore?
Thank you, Mr. Mohe, for the report. So on that, if one needs the other in tandem, so if the main one failed, then how would we address this non-res ag?
Mr. Mohe?
Yeah, sorry. Through this Deputy CEO to Councillor Moore, it would be running the same process. It would go through the first and second reading, and first and then the public hearing. And because of rationale for the first one, if it ever fails the MDP, then this would have, it'll be just a standalone but no purpose, in a way that it would, the objective is not being fulfilled.
So what would be our process then? Would we remove it, or would we let it stand even though it was kind of a moot point in a way?
Through the process in itself, at the public hearing, people still have to have their say, and then council will decide to either kill the bylaw or not.
Thank you, Mr. Mohe.
Councillor Ramsey? No. Okay, I'll come for a motion. Councillor DePalm?
So I would move to grant first reading. I'm on the right one.
It's on the screen.
Oh, sorry, I was looking at my computer. It doesn't say the same. To grant first reading to bylaw number 1002/2025 F to amend the land use bylaw as presented in Schedule A and set a public hearing for July 22nd, 2025.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Councillor DePalm, does that include the amendments recommended by administration?
With the amendments.
Okay, so as we see on the screen, correct? All those in favor? It's carried unanimously. Thank you very much. We got a hearing at 1:30. What else? That's all we got left. Let's just we'll take a break, folks. We'll
Mayor Wood, we are prepared to deal with the minutes.
Oh, the minutes, yes. What do we find out from the minutes?
We're going to try to pull an amended version up on the screen for you. What we found, we'll scroll right back up to the beginning, is that the process outlined in the minutes was essentially correct. However, when we did the first resolution, the words first reading were utilized. However, the first resolution put forward was to amend the hamlet boundaries for Gasoline Alley, and Councillor Kennett did recognize that Schedule A and removing the Waskasiu Mobile Home Park. So we do believe that the first motion was not supposed to be first reading of the bylaw. It was supposed to be amendment to the hamlet boundaries by resolution. Then the amendment was introduced. The amendment did pass. We just updated some of the language in there. The original motion was back on the floor. We went immediately to a vote, so there was no conversation about a withdrawal of a mover. We went immediately through to the vote. Oh, my apologies. That's the wrong motion sitting there. We're going to have to fix that again. So that one is the same one as you saw before, to amend the hamlet boundary area for Gasoline Alley. Then another motion was put on the floor by Councillor Moore. So I think that's the one we were referencing, the other motion by Councillor Moore, which was first reading of the actual bylaw related to the franchise agreement. So we do believe that this has now been corrected with the subsequent carrying forward of Resolution 101.
That was your concern, Councillor Kennett. Does that meet your concerns?
Yes, it does. Thank you.
Any other discussion on the minutes, folks?
And just to note, as a result of having that 103 motion missed, we do have to subsequently renumber all of the resolutions within the minutes.
Okay, as amended. And no other discussion, all those in favor? Carried unanimously, thank you. So now we're going to take a break until 1:30. That's the time we have our public hearing. We see we got some folks already coming in. That's great. I'd like to call Red Deer County Council to order. The time is 1:30. This is the time we're holding our public hearing. See that we have a couple of them up today. If you're here in the audience and wish to address council, we'd sure love to hear from you. And all we need to do is, after administration has read out their report, garner my attention. I'll try to take you in an orderly fashion. This is not a forum for debate. This is a forum for you to give your opinions to council. We will limit your time to 5 minutes. Council may or may not make a decision on this matter or the next matter that's coming up today, depending upon the complexity of the information that we receive. So the first item that we will have coming up today is bylaw number, can we put it on the screen for me, please? Bylaw number 1002/2025-C. It's an amendment to the Land Use Bylaw from redesignation from R1 to Ag. Could I have administration please read out that report?
Good afternoon, thank you.
Good afternoon, Ms. McLaughlin.
This application and bylaw before you is to hold a public hearing for bylaw number 1002/2025-C, which is to redesignate 1.68 hectares from a country residential district to the agricultural district on part of the Southwest 30, 38, 26 west of the 4th, and to consider granting second and third reading to the same bylaw. This parcel is located 1 kilometer east of the city of Red Deer and is accessed from Range Road 270, which is a gravel county road, and the parcel is currently zoned country residential R1. The applicant, who is the landowner, is requesting the redesignation from R1 to Ag for a couple reasons: to allow for a second dwelling, to better reflect the land's potential, to be zoned the same as surrounding parcels, and to allow more flexibility for the keeping of animals. The parcel complies with the minimum size requirement of an Ag parcel. The surrounding parcels are primarily zoned agricultural, so you can see on the map there is just those 2 country residential parcels in amongst the Ag zoning. It is located within the Divide Hills Area Structure Plan and is shown as country residential on the land use concept map. The parcel is located within the Red Deer County and City of Red Deer Intermunicipal Development Plan and is within the city growth area. The city had no concerns in relation to this application. And it is not located within an environmentally significant area. The application was referred to internal and external agencies as well as adjacent landowners, and there was a public notice provided online and in the county news. We did not receive any comments on this proposal. So depending on council's decision relative to the information received during the public hearing this afternoon, their options would be to either grant second and third reading to bylaw 1002/2025-C to amend the land use bylaw, or refer decision on second reading pending receipt of further information. Thank you.
Thank you for your report. Is there anyone in the chambers or online? And if you are online, you may grant attention by chat function to a member of staff. Please come forward, sir. We're going to require you to just to say your name and where you live.
My name is Roger Young, and I live at 38433 Range Road 270. So I am the landowner of the property in question.
Welcome.
Thanks. So, so I'm requesting a change in the land use bylaw from country residential to agriculture for the following reasons. Well, actually, you've already seen them. So we applied for a development permit for a garden suite because we were residential, and that was granted given that we changed the sizing between the living space and the garage. If you go through lots, but if you recall, basically, I think Councillor DePalm mentioned, well, you're just building a second dwelling. And so we worked with administration to change actually just basically moved a door from entrance to the den is now from the garage versus from the living space. And that helped give us our garage area larger than our garden suite And so we got the approval for the garden suite. So all this would do in terms of the second dwelling is keeping everything else the same. We would just put the door back. So it would allow us to kind of go back to what we were originally planning. That's reason number one. The acreage size, as mentioned by administration, it fits within the agricultural, and the two parcels across from us, just across the road, are also ag. And the longer that I mowed that lawn on that 4.15 acres, the more I think that maybe I could put it to better use by maybe putting more than one animal unit out there, given the price of food and whatnot. So it's not, doesn't mean I'm gonna right away, but it would certainly be something that I could consider. With R1, you're only allowed one. With resident or ag, you're allowed more. So yeah, those are a number of reasons why I'm requesting we move it from residential to ag. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that wishes to address council on this matter? I'll allow you to go back to your chair now, sir. Thank you. Is there anyone else for the third time that wishes to address council? That's my second time. Is there anyone online by chance? Want to make sure.
There are some folks online. If you are online, please utilize the raise hand feature or send us a message in the chat to let us know if you're wishing to speak to this matter. Thank you.
I'm seeing no one else in the audience that wishes to address council, and you're not seeing anyone online, correct? No? Okay, then I will ask council if they have any questions of administration on this matter before I close the hearing. Councilor DuPont.
So I just have one question. With the Red Deer County and the city IDP, does that have to be changed for this? Because wasn't that some of the problem prior to when we asked why it wasn't ag in the first place?
Ms. McLaughlin.
Through the acting CAO to members of council. Initially, we thought there might be a concern, but after further consultation with the city, it was determined that there were no concerns with the IDP or the Divide Hills Area Structure Plan in regards to this amendment.
Okay, thanks.
Is there any, Councillor Moore?
Thank you, Mayor Wood. Thank you, Ms. McLaughlin, for the report. I just have a question now, because normally it's the other way around. We see this is unusual that we're going back to ag. So I totally understand Mr. Young's explanation. So with the assessment, that will change then, won't it, if it becomes ag as opposed to country residential, or will there be no change?
Through the assistant CAO to members of council, it shouldn't change the assessment because it's based on use, not zoning. So they would assess it based on what exists on the property, and that would be the assessment value.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, I'll declare the public hearing closed. Does anyone want to make a motion? Councillor Kennett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's been a bit of a long process, but I move we grant second reading to Bylaw 1002/2025-C that proposes to amend Bylaw 2022/26, the Land Use Bylaw per schedule, attached Schedule 1.
You want to make any comments?
No, I think it's fine at this time.
Anyone else want to make any comments? Councillor Messier.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. I think it's great when we can get a country residential person, a city person that wants to become a farmer. So he's going to zone his land ag and buy some livestock. And if you're real careful in what kind of buildings you build and they're exempt from assessment because you're an agricultural farmer now, all the best to you in the future. I'm going to support second and third reading.
Anyone else? All those in favor, second reading? That's carried unanimously. Councillor Moore.
Thank you, Mayor Wood. I would move third reading as presented. Thank you.
Any discussion at third reading? Seeing none, all those in favor? That's carried unanimously. Okay, we'll continue on to the next public hearing. This one's going to be item number 7.2 in your agenda, which will be bylaw number 1022/2025-B. Ms. McLaughlin, is that you again?
It is, thank you.
Oh, you're busy today.
This bylaw is to hold a public hearing for bylaw 1002/2025-B, which is a bylaw to amend the land use bylaw, amending Part 36, Schedule A, which is the gravel extraction overlay district, and to consider granting second and third readings to bylaw 1002/2025-B. So the gravel extraction overlay district has been part of the county's land use bylaw since 2016. The intent at the time of the overlay district was to address a variety of issues regarding the aggregate extraction and aggregate processing land uses. And so as part of Council's 2024 strategic priorities, planning and development has been working on reviewing the overlay district. The changes that are proposed through this bylaw, I'll just go through them briefly. The first change would be in regards to the setbacks and increasing the setback distance from the foundation of an adjacent dwelling to the closest point of the pit from 165 meters to 300 meters. There would be an additional section added for additional dust control requirements, and this would be dust control measures using water to dampen the road surface when deemed required by the Development Authority. And there's a few circumstances where we've listed that this might be required. So an increase in haul operations, an increase in vehicle trips per day caused by the gravel operation, dry conditions, and complaint-based and determined to be caused by the gravel operation. A new additional section is in regards to hydrology. So the requirement that an applicant may be required to submit a hydrology report, which addresses the potential threat to surface and groundwater and existing wells, and that would be within 1.6 kilometers from the center of the pit. A new section of additional screening requirements, so requiring screening of the gravel operation where the use or enjoyment of neighboring parcels of land may be impacted, and the screening at the discretion of the Development Authority with minimum screening required abutting residential properties, excuse me, and being visible from public roadways. So the screening requirements are left somewhat open because where one screening requirement might work for one pit, it might not work for another pit. So we want to be able to have the discretion in reviewing specifics on each pit application. And then the last new requirement being the requirement for public consultation prior to an application coming forward for a new pit adding a new pit to the gravel overlay district. The requirements for public consultation have been taken from best practices or similar consultation that is taken from other types of uses such as oil and gas through the AUC. It would be a 1.6 kilometer radius as well, where the public would be notified of the proposed pit, that they would have to host a minimum of one in-person open house, sending that invitation again to 1.6 kilometers, and that the applicant would have to provide that feedback consultation as part of their overlay application. In regards to what we've done for public consultation for this particular bylaw amendment, in March of 2024, we did some public engagement through the Red Deer County website, the March edition of the County News, Facebook posts through March, and radio ads 5 times a day on CKGY FM and CIZZ FM. Through that consultation, we received 13 responses, and I'm not going to read out each one's on the screen, so we'll have a peruse, but I will summarize in regards to what we received from March. So the feedback on the proposed amendments highlighted significant concerns from residents and industry stakeholders. The key issues included vague and unenforceable dust control regulations, inadequate setback requirements from homes, water wells, and sensitive environmental areas, and ineffective public notification processes. There is strong advocacy in the comments for mandatory hydrology and hydrogeological assessments to protect the water quality and supply. And many of the comments we received feel the current approach unfairly favors gravel companies while restricting neighboring land use. And others also believe that the amendments failed to address longstanding community concerns. At the same time, some argued that the industry is already heavily regulated and that further restrictions could harm local economies. In regards to this actual land use bylaw amendment and the public hearing process, the proposed amendments were referred to internal and external agencies for comments and concerns. In addition, public notice was provided online and in the county news, along with comments received during the public hearing and consultation, which are provided in your agenda package. With the public consultation as part of the public hearing process, we received 5 responses, written responses at the writing of the report. These responses were similar to what we heard in March. Concerns that residents have expressed that municipal bylaws must align with provincial legislation to protect the legal right to clean, accessible household water and the conservation of watersheds. They strongly oppose strip mining near or below the water table due to its proven harmful impacts on aquifers, including significant water table decline and unproven reclamation. Residents wanted to see bylaws that reflect best practices and address the historical cumulative environmental damage caused by gravel operations. Some comments submitted indicate that gravel pits should be reclassified as large industrial operations and that they should be subject to discretionary land uses and not be under the permitted use category, and include a strict third-party monitoring of water and air quality. Some of the concerns that we received in these comments is that there is a concern that Alberta Environment and Protected Areas does not effectively enforce regulations on private lands, which leaves the communities unprotected with no meaningful appeal process. And additionally, residents felt that the gravel overlay district was not adequate in addressing concerns or informing landowners of gravel pits in the area they are considering purchasing land. As mentioned, all of the written comments are provided in the agenda package in full. So that was just a summary of what we received, and the slides were also just a summary, but all pages are included in the agenda. So dependent on council's decision relative to the information received during the public hearing today, you could either grant second and third reading to bylaw 1002/2025B, which proposes to amend the land use bylaw attached to Schedule A, the gravel extraction overlay district, or refer the decision on second reading pending further information if requested. Thank you.
Thank you for the report. Is there anyone in the audience or online that wishes to address council on this matter? Please come forward. Well, and what would be really important for us, especially those old folks like myself that are partially deaf, if you could speak into the microphone, and although we all know who you are, it's just we kind of have a rule, so everyone say their name and where they're from, although I know exactly where you live.
Dale Christian, and I live on Southwest 1836, Range Road 1, west of the 5th, Red Deer County, and I've lived there for 57 years. In 2017, I was invited by the AAP to what was called the Targeted Stakeholder Meeting on Surface Water Body Aggregate Policy. Oh, excuse me, I wanted these to be distributed to the councillors. Sorry. So it's a matter of record. On that surface water body aggregate, which is called SWABAP, what you see when you get your little things, this crazy little map like this, that's what they gave us there. And it's a director's matrix for decision-making regarding private pits on private lands. These comments will assure you that the responsibility for private pits on private land is largely given over to the municipalities as the land use decision makers. I used a microscope. Ideally, I would ask you to scrap the overlay because it doesn't serve the purpose that Red Deer County gave it. Make decisions discretionary. Forcing existing residents to an EAB appeal is impossibly expensive and takes huge tolls on the family health for decades. Keep gravel pits out of floodplains and aquifers. See pictures 1 and 2. And I might just read something from 2012 that Mayor Woods said, the natural beauty and agricultural significance of Red Deer County have long been cherished by the residents, many of whom have deep roots in the land, spanning decades or even generations. This region is defined by its rivers and fertile plains and has served both as a lifeline for local communities and a foundation for sustainable living. However, growing concerns have emerged regarding the environmental and social costs associated with industrial activity, particularly gravel extraction. So that was the reason for the ESA, environmentally significant areas. So, remove overlay amendment 2006-6 to provide consistency, transparency for existing residents in Red Deer County. Allowing discretionary changes in compliance by administration is not transparent and denies public consultation. Cumulative impacts, especially in an alluvial floodplain, must be of high consideration. Make cumulative impact a must. Setbacks should be taken off the property, off the pit property only. Taking adjacent properties for setbacks is just not fair. Please consider that this action is a confiscation of existing residents' rights to the use, enjoyment, and the right to derive a living from his property and value. These are protected rights to which all government levels are bound. Setbacks should be 50 meters from all adjacent land. Water wells need to be set back at least 1.5 Ks to provide some water protection from heavy metals, etc., contamination. Adequate screening needs to be in place prior to any gravel pit work. All adjacent properties, this includes all adjacent properties, not just homes. Please look at picture 3 to see what we're living through. Make it mandatory to establish baseline data first before any activity takes place, and that it is done by an agreed upon third-party hydrogeologist. It's 2025. We need real-time shared monitoring capabilities that can
1 minute
greatly
remaining.
assist. Require the same shared real-time monitors for noise, decibels, and air quality. Honor your ESA commitment. Reclamation, make it 5 years. Remove grandfathered pit category in the overlay, not compliant and registered. Make water well replacement mandatory by the gravel company. Decrease work hours 9 to 5. No crushing on site. No washing on site. Ensure the safety of the school buses by pit owner must compensate the landowner for the loss of his property values. Where is the priority in land use planning for agricultural land? Where is the priority for existing residents and their businesses in this bylaw? Thank you. Did I make it?
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else that wishes to address council today on this matter? Please come forward. Good afternoon and welcome.
Good afternoon. My name is Adele McKechnie. Thank you for your time. We felt it was very important that you hear from some of those people that have been very negatively affected by this bylaw change. I'm Adele McKechnie, and my husband John will have some pictures when I get done as the second part of our presentation. We live at number 10-2034 Highway 54, which is in the Medicine Flat, about half a mile or 3/4 of a mile west of Medicine River. This area is locally known as Medicine Flats. The flat is underlain by an extremely valuable and environmentally sensitive aquifer, from which we draw all of our water. Over the 30 years we've lived there, we've seen abundant examples of huge damage to this flat by gravel mining and what it can do to destroy an aquifer. The project adjacent to us was originally applied for under the old development permit process, denied, appealed, and denied again at appeal. Then suddenly we had this new non-appealable system. They applied again using a very similar application and were approved with no option to appeal. When introducing this bylaw in 2016, it was touted as a way to prevent conflict between potential land purchasers by giving full disclosure that a neighboring property could be used for future gravel mining in case they chose to purchase elsewhere. One of the very first approvals they did was on the balance of the quarter on which our acreage resides. And we'd been living there for 25 years at that point. This decision was made completely contradictory to the purpose that was stated. And we'll have some pictures that show you a little more about that in a minute. We have been warned frequently about what this mess is going on our doorstep is going to probably do to the value of our property, for example. We've spent 30 years developing and improving it. It's a real kick in the gut to our net worth. Should we be expected to bear that burden? We have nothing to gain and all that to lose by having that project there. We would like to make the 3 following points about the design and the redesign of the current bylaw for your consideration. We believe that it's essential that if the revisions are proposed are going to have any improvement, they need to absolutely go back to discretionary use approach. They need changes to the setbacks, and you've just heard Dale comment on that, but you're going to get to see a picture of it in a minute. It could lessen the insult slightly, but it's worth demonstrating with the picture that you're going to see in a minute how the current setbacks on the approved project adjacent to us, how the amount of benefit we actually get out of it. Well in excess of 3/4 of the current setback is taken out of our property because the distances are measured from the foundation of our home and not the common property lines. We don't only live in our house, we're out and about on our property regularly. And the big one, environmental assessment and hydrology. It's totally inaccurate to say that the county has no role in making decisions based on environmental concerns such as hydrology. Medicine Flats is in the ESA for exactly this reason, the aquifer. Section 60 of Municipal Government Act clearly states that municipal governments have a responsibility to consider environmental concerns in their decision-making. And no, they don't necessarily have full teams of hydrology experts on staff, but they should be accessing this type of expert reviewers when needed and when considering such environmentally sensitive areas. Changes we believe are needed to make these assessments more credible include, but are not limited to,
1 minute remaining.
Ensuring applications on environmentally sensitive areas, example the ESAs, are reviewed by the appropriate impartial outside environmental experts, i.e. ones with no business connection to either the developer or the county. Reviews need to include very specific critiques on, they need to be looked at areas of concern such as water quality and quantity, flooding, erosion risks, just to name a few. And to put it another way, there needs to be clear expectations, requirements about what needs to be done, by whom, and what the consequences will be when it doesn't happen. We have fought alongside our neighbors for almost since the day we moved there 30 years ago to advocate for balancing the needs between public good and private profit and damage. It's been time-consuming, exhausting, and expensive, but we felt we needed to try. Please listen and consider the harm you're inflicting on those of us who have nothing to gain and a hell of a lot to lose in this current system. We deserve some fair treatment. And I'll ask John to come forward with some pictures.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I'm John McKechnie. I think my person over here is going to bring up some pictures and I'll explain what you're looking at. Okay, if you look at this picture, that's taken from our living room window, front deck, And we've looked at that view for 30 years, or at least the last 28 years it looks like that. The next video will show you what we are looking at now. And if there was sound available, you would hear the backup alarms that beep incessantly. Our neighbor over a mile away hears them. Our other two neighbors that are closer are irritated by them. And then the dust doesn't end. Depends which way the wind's blowing, if you're affected by it or whether you get a reprieve that day. And then the last picture we have is a picture of the setbacks. Our acreage, you can see it says McKechnie residence, and you can see that I'd say 75% of the setback is on our property. The gravel pit people have a small part. So that video we were looking at, that equipment was working in the southeast corner of the quarter, about 300 meters from our property line. So that's already noisy and dusty enough. They haven't got up to within the 25 meters of our property line that we can expect them to be. The frustrating part is when we have called the county to complain about dust, they water the road. They don't do anything inside the pit to control dust. And that's, to me, should be part of the dust control measure. That's a mandatory thing. And they feel good when they do water the road, but by the time the afternoon rolls around, the road's dry and dusty again, and the amount of dust that's raised is, yeah, we've watered the road, but it's not happening consistently enough. So I can't think of anything else I need to say. If you got any questions, I'd be willing to answer.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Wood. Thank you, Mr. McKechnie. I just have a question on when you see that operation, what are the hours and how many days a week do you witness that?
They've been up to 6 days a week. They usually start rolling in at about 6:45, go till usually 5 is, especially if there's a hockey game on that night, they'll quit, but you can still have them working at 6 and 7 o'clock at night.
And do they work on a Saturday and a Sunday?
Haven't seen them on Sunday, seen them on Saturdays.
Thank you.
Are there any further questions? Thank you for coming today, sir. Is there anyone else in the audience or online that wishes to address council on this matter? Please come forward.
Good afternoon. Thank you. My name is Roger Walls. I'm here representing Border Paving. I live in Red Deer, a longtime resident of Red Deer County, but I now live in Red Deer. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to the proposed amendments to bylaw number 2022/26. I'm here to speak in opposition to part 1 of the proposed bylaw amendments, that being the change in minimum setback requirements from 165 meters to 300 meters. The primary concern that we have is in regards to measures that will effectively sterilize yet to be permitted gravel resources within the county. We all use gravel. You've heard me say this before, and we all use gravel in some form or another every day of our lives. Gravel is essential to our modern civilization, and I believe it should be treated that way. We don't get to choose where the gravel is located. Mother Nature decided that for us a long time ago. But we do get to choose whether or not it is allowed to be removed and utilized from the locations where we find it. And therein lies the tricky part, permitting. I'd like to cite an article from the April 26th edition of The Economist. a well-respected magazine with a global outlook. The article that I'm referring to was written by Michael Ignatieff, the former leader of the Liberal Party of Canada. The purpose of the article is, the reason he wrote it, is to encourage the newly elected leader of our great country to take measures to address what Mr. Ignatieff calls Canada's productivity crisis, so that we are better positioned to fend off threats like the one that we currently face from our neighbor to the south. In the body of the article, the writer says, and I quote, "Canada's democracy is a great strength, but its weakness is a review structure designed to secure social license for new projects." He goes on to say that the Chinese built their Shanghai to Beijing high-speed railway in 3 years. After decades of discussion, a similar line between Windsor and Quebec City is still in the planning stages. And he follows that with, "Solving the productivity challenge requires renewing Canadian democracy and its permitting system." Now, I'm not here to talk about high-speed railways, but I believe that this article has relevance right here in this local democracy. As a company whose very existence depends on the availability of gravel, we see a disturbing trend in this county where gravel sterilizing decisions are made based on the inconvenience that gravel operations may cause to a few nearby residents. And I will add irritation, inconvenience and irritation that gravel operations may cause to a few nearby residents. These decisions are made at the expense of the vast majority of county residents who would otherwise benefit from having access to reasonably priced local gravel resources. The reality is that the gravel is going to come from somewhere. And if local gravel sterilizing policies are put in place, that somewhere will be further away. That gravel pit somewhere else might possibly inconvenience and irritate a nearby resident, wherever that somewhere else is, just as it might inconvenience and irritate a local resident if it were to come from a pit within Red Deer County. By approving new rules and regulations that further sterilize gravel, it only proves to increase 3 things: cost of construction, the number of kilometers that the trucks have to travel to get the material to market, and the greenhouse gas emissions that result from the additional diesel fuel that is burned in doing so. I don't envy the position that council has in balancing the wants of the few with the needs of the many. It's not an easy task. And I don't mean to sit here and diminish the impact that, as I've said before, you've heard me say before, this necessary evil has on nearby residents. But where we'd like to see more focus is on the implementation of operational conditions that gravel producers are required to comply with. And that's why we agree with all other aspects of the proposed bylaw amendments. However, we oppose the implementation of any proposed amendments that further sterilize an extremely important resource in Red Deer County. Thank you.
Thank you for coming today. Is there anyone else who wishes to address council on this matter? Good afternoon.
Hello, is this on? Yeah. Good afternoon. My name's Dusty Howell. I am in the gravel business. Full clarity, that video you saw, that was my equipment. Now, I guess I'm here, and I'll be honest, I didn't prepare a speech, but one thing I can see it from both sides is not only am I a gravel operator, but I'm a farmer too. Now, I guess a couple of the items within the proposed changes, the setback portion, although I can appreciate there is willingness to like negotiate with the landowner to, in that 300 to maybe closer. And I think that's important because just quick math, that extra 135 meters, like say if that was sterilized from your 165 to 300, if your gravel's 3 meters deep and your radius was 600 meters, that turns into just under 500,000 ton of gravel. So just for context, your guys' re-gravel program uses on average 140,000 tons of gravel a year. That's nearly 3 years of supply that you would leave. So, and I'm not saying that you can't get gravel in multiple places, but if you have a pit open, it seemed, in my opinion, to be a waste to leave that gravel, because that just puts forth more applications to fill that need. Utilize the gravel where it's at. And like Roger explained, in a perfect world, we probably don't want to have any neighbors at a gravel pit, but the gravel is where it is. So I guess my point is, that's a lot of gravel you would sterilize that would just require out of another pit and maybe further problems down the road. Now, excuse me, some other points. In terms of the water, I hold the water quality in the utmost highest regard, but we already, like as a gravel operator, we're already governed by the province in that. In the days of just digging, you know, wherever you want, whenever you want, without any science, those are over. For instance, on that video you saw, there's just on our property, there's 7 monitoring wells. Plus we've implemented the neighbors who are willing to, we monitor their wells as well. But that's all governed through the province and, you know, certified engineers, hydrologists, hydrogeologists. And there's a huge difference between hydrology and hydrogeology. But as far as I know, I don't feel like anyone within the county would be, it wouldn't be fair to them to maybe decide on something like that, because I don't believe you guys have someone like that on staff. But that's why you can put that condition in your application, but not to be reviewed by the county, to be reviewed by the province as it is already. But it's very stringent. In terms of reclamation, same thing. That's kind of a shared venture with the county and the province, but actually a perfect example of great reclamation was the first slide that Mr. McKechnie put up. I agree, that's a beautiful shot. That's a former gravel pit where that water sits. That used to be flat across, no water. It's beautiful, I agree. But across the road, there was a gravel pit from Mr. McKechnie's place. Kitty corner to the southwest, there's a former gravel pit. And where we're currently operating, there's a gravel pit too. And I guess my point is, with the proper reclamation, it can turn beautiful just like his place. So
1 minute remaining.
There is avenues to do it the right way. And that's an example of doing it the right way. The former owner of that land reclaimed it, and with their work too. It's, you know, very nice. So I guess what I'm getting at is, I think there's a balance between obviously the need for gravel, the location of it, and you can coexist with the public and you know, achieve both things, the need for the aggregate and getting along with your neighbors. Do you guys have any questions for me?
I think we do. Councillor Kennett.
Thank you very much. Since you haul gravel for the county, when is your requirement to water roads when you're doing a gravel haul?
It depends on the frequency of how many trucks are on the road. It depends on the conditions. And then, so for example, if I have, you know, more than 2 trucks hauling more than 3 loads in a day, and your cycle time would be less than an hour, we would water that, all day. And that, at that particular site, we water twice a day currently. And we do water within the pit boundary and on the road. In that shot, obviously, we hadn't done it since the morning and it was getting a little dusty, I admit. And then on the roadways to our pits, if it's gravel access, then we would take advantage of like calcium chloride in certain situations as well.
Thank you.
Any other questions? I got lots of questions, so we're going to go around the table.
Yeah, no problem.
Councillor Ramsey.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Wood. Can curious, you spoke to monitoring wells at the new pit you're operating at. I'm curious, can you elaborate, maybe a little bit what you're monitoring or what exactly is happening there? Like, is it water table, water quality, all that kind of stuff?
Yeah, so there's many components to it. And we have a engineering, like a hydrogeology and hydrology engineering firm that monitors for us. So depending on activity and so on, at minimum we sample quarterly for water quality. For water level, there's actually piezometers in each well that keep track of the height of the groundwater 24/7. I have data from the last 14 years of where that water level is every second of every day. And then the quality, we've offered it to our neighbors, like the testing, they get a copy of that, but it's not just to satisfy them, it's actually a regulation through the province. We have to provide them with that sampling. And the sampling was, and that's just that particular pit. Different pits are different conditions, but the province actually mandated us, okay, this is what we want from you at that location to operate safely, and that's what we do.
Councillor.
Thank you, Mayor Wood. Thank you, Mr. Howell, for your presentation. I just have a couple of questions. One on the monitoring. So as you're monitoring, at what point does an alarm go off, or do you get a notice that there's changes that need to be addressed? Like, just help me understand.
So the piezometers, that data can be viewed in real time through the engineering outfit from Calgary that takes care of it. So groundwater, although it can, I guess, like I would say, it doesn't move fast, but it does come up in level. I mean, our neighbors would understand that from, the floods of the past, or this year, a dry year, correct? But yes, we do have like real-time monitoring that we would know. Like if we had a concern, if we noticed water coming up or going down, we can check with them, and they monitor that weekly. If I felt like there was going to be a big water event, like say flooding or whatever, we would tell them, hey, look, we want to know a little more information a little more readily. But if I phone them and ask them what it is, I can get that.
Okay, thank you for that. So at what point, if you felt a residence were, their property was in danger of a flood or something happening, what would be the process there? I know it wouldn't happen overnight, as you say, but
yeah,
just so I understand.
As part of our permitting and we have multiple pits, but for that particular location, our hydrologist engineer, they did modeling for different types of events, 1 in 200, 1 in 150, 1 in 100 year, 1 in 20 year water events. And they would, so we kind of know what the outcome would be, and that's actually how the pit's designed to alleviate it. Not really alleviate the flooding, but it would be exactly the same as if we were there or we weren't there, because the goal of the province is to make it so it's unchanged to the residents, like how the flood waters would affect them. So that's how we constructed the pit with the berming and stuff around the edges.
So historically, when you look back, are those projections ever wrong, or are they always, everything stays the same?
They're designed to stay the same. Since we have been in operation of that pit, there hasn't been a major flood event. So I guess I can't really speak to that, but that's why I rely on professionals to point us in the correct direction to make the decisions with, like, not just my opinion, but informed decisions that have science behind them for the last 200 years, correct?
Thank you. And my final question is on the joint reclamation that you referred to. So can you give me an example of that? Because reclamation is one of the issues that's come forward over the past few years.
Yeah, and to be honest, like in the past, some of the worst offenders, and I'm not trying to be offensive to the province or the county or anything, but there's a lot of old pits that didn't get reclaimed properly back in the old days. But as I mentioned before, those days are gone. For us to operate any of our pits now, you're only allowed so many acres open depending on your permit. So as you saw in that one slide, there was sections, and those are the phases. So as one section is near completion, and you get into your next section, you have to start to reclaim in behind that. And so it's called progressive reclamation. And what the province does to make us adhere to that prior to us getting our permit to mine gravel, they make us put up an environmental bond. So in the event that I go broke or get killed or whatever, that bond is there to hire a third party to reclaim that to their satisfaction. And that includes in conjunction with the water, the foliage, trees. They tell us what kind of grass we have to plant when we're done in each section as we go. Right, like it's very detailed.
And what's your satisfaction rate with the reclamation? What would you say it looks like now? Are you happy with it? Could we do more?
No, actually, some of our former pits over by Innisfail, there's one there. The landowner that currently uses it for their cattle, they're quite happy with it. And to be honest, they'd be short of grass if they didn't have that former pit. The pit that you saw in the slideshow, no reclamation has started there because we just got started there in this last calendar year.
Thank you.
Councillor Messer, Councillor Holzman.
Thank you very much and for your presentation. And just a question then, just on the comment about the hours of operation, that is in your conditions, and I don't see that you ever had any issue with that. So you're working within your legal hours of operation, correct?
That's correct. Like for our permit at that particular location, we're permitted to be there Monday through Saturday, 7 to 7. There no Sundays, no stat holidays. And for example, at some of our other pits, like that particular pit, that's rigid. Some of our other pits, we have permits we could crush 24 hours, but we don't do that. But there's examples of that at other places. But it all depends on your permit for that location, and those things are all weighted not only by the county but by the province as well.
Thank you. I was hoping you would have that answer. The only other question I would have of you, Dusty, is how do you feel about the rest of the report today, like other than the 165 to 300? Are the conditions in there, like the screening, you're already doing some of that? And if there was complaints about dust, I'm hearing that you'd said you would put more dust control.
Yeah.
Like overall, like
the dust is something you can mitigate within reason for sure. The screening, I guess that's kind of an open-ended thing. Like I don't feel like a solid fence would maybe be a real good option there, but like in terms of berms and trees and stuff, like actually we would prefer to do that type of visual screening. It's natural. I would say, like, if you had to build a solid fence, you got to keep it up. It's been real windy here the last couple of years. I just feel like that's something that would almost become a eyesore future in the future. But berms, foliage. I know any gravel operator, Roger, myself, or any of our other competitors or co-parts would be, more than willing to do those.
Okay, thank you. Those were my questions. Thanks very much.
Councillor Palm.
Thanks. I just have a couple questions for you. So when you go into a pit, how long, do you know the lifespan of that pit? Like if you go in?
It just depends on market, but I guess it depends how close you are to your market. There's some pits that have been around for 50 years. There's some pits that, depending on how much you sell or move or market, 10 to 20. But I would say, like, at minimum, most gravel operators probably would, it depends. Like if they need a certain amount of gravel and it's in a good location, they might, try to negotiate to get it all out of there in a matter of a couple years. But then if you're maybe a owner operator like myself, I kind of think long term too. Like I got to think about my staff and my family down the road. So if we reclaim as we go and do a good job, I would expect that pit would be in operation for 15 to 20 years.
Okay. And my other question was just on reclamation. So the other gravel pit that was there is now a water body, right?
That's correct.
Okay. So when you have to reclaim, do they all just turn into water bodies, or like do you actually fill them back up and put?
It depends on the situation. Like in that part of the county, the water table is very high. There's other parts of the county that there is no water table or the gravel doesn't go into the water table. But the reality of it is that most gravel deposits are close to the river or in conjunction with that. And because of that, they are in the water table. And that's why the province has those rules to help, because the permitting process, there's two levels of permitting. There's your dry pit excavation permitting and then your wet. And they're completely separate items. And the province, that's who takes care of that wet excavation to make sure that the operator does it in a responsible manner.
Okay, and then, yeah, I was just gonna, so I guess question would be, why wasn't there a berm put, like, from between them and pit?
We had, there's a couple of reasons. The hydrology study that our engineers did for us, they were instructed to make it so that it would be the least amount of negative impact if there was a flood in certain events. The reason there's no berm there is because if there was a berm there, that would potentially put the McKechnie's at risk of flood damage. So the reason that that's open is that in reality, like if we have a pit there, if there's a flood, we get the water first. It would actually buy them time.
Okay, thank you.
Everyone's asked a question but me, I guess, so far. So I got one because I was looking at the video, of course, and I've been actually watching your pit because I drive by there a lot. We have land out that way, and but I see there was a bit of dust. I agree there was dust that day. Now you mentioned that it was later in the day and you hadn't put your dust control out. So
yep.
Could you tell me a little bit about your process and how that process works? And because it no doubt was a bit dusty.
Yep.
Tell me about it.
What we do is at that particular location and our other locations too, we try to do it in the morning and then again partway through the day, and then or at the discretion of our on-site foreman if he feels like it's getting dusty. And actually, I don't know the exact date of that video, but there's been a couple instances where he phoned and said, "Hey, Dusty, you better get one of your water trucks to come out and give this a spray to mitigate the dust." Which we do. And then because that is a new pit and actually part of our development permit condition at that particular location is, as I mentioned before, we were booked to put calcium chloride on that 400 meters of road from Highway 54 into the entrance of the pit, but it's booked for Saturday, but it looks like it's gonna rain, so it'll probably be an end of next week thing then when the conditions are better.
So if you were dusting out the McKechnie's, you would on your own put some more water on the road without having to be told to do so?
Yes, for sure.
I would hope so.
Yes.
Okay, I have a question for you though, because you did mention the setback and the setback and the amount of gravel that could be lost. And you know what, those numbers resonate with me, and they truly do. And as someone that operates pits all the time, sometimes I have to ask questions of people that are in the know. If that distance was less to where it is today, what mitigation measures could you actually do to, in fact, make it so that neighbors weren't ticked at you if it was a closer distance? Because I understand there's a way you can have it, you can actually agree to it, but what would actually have to happen in most cases to actually have that distance lessened in order to make things work?
It would be, I guess, face-to-face interaction and coming to an agreement. Now, depending on the landowner, let's say that McKechnie's owned that land and I didn't, like beyond their acreage, that's more revenue for them because I pay them by the cubic meter or ton or metric ton for gravel. So I guess the monetary part of it sometimes changes people's mind. I'm not trying to pull the wool over your eyes, that money talks, right? But in their situation there, they showed the radius around their place, and that's set at the 165 meter radius, which we're totally fine with. And actually on purpose, like on their property lines, we haven't removed any of the foliage or some nice big trees and stuff. And saying that too, like we're not opposed to planting more trees or, you know, getting input from the public, whether it be them or any of our neighboring pits, or neighbors at our pits to, you know, mitigate that. But yeah, like when I view that, as you said, like if that radius is 600 meters long and 135 and some pits, like I say 3 meters deep, there's lots of pits that it might be, you know, 6-9 meters deep. That's a lot of tons. That, you know, that could upwards of 1 million tons of gravel.
Okay, thank you. That answers my questions. Thank you, sir. Thank you for coming today.
Okay, thanks for your time.
Now, I usually try to, just because I'm getting a little older, every hour, if I don't have a break, I'm kind of wondering, it's okay to have a quick recess of our public hearing, because I do want to have a convenience break here. So let's come back at 10 minutes, if that works for everyone. We'll come back at 2:40. I want to hear from everyone else that is here. If you're still here, don't go home, or where your turn hasn't gone. We're just having a quick little break. We'll come back at 2:40. looking to hear from anyone in the audience or online. Is there anyone else here that wishes to come forward? Please do so. Well, she's first. You'll be next, sir. We fix that clock for her too, please. Thank you.
Thank you for letting me speak this afternoon. My name is Shelley Bailey. I live in Red Deer County. And my comments are brief. In hearing gravel discussions, I often hear gravel businesses emphasizing that the gravel is needed to sustain our lives. And that's the argument that they put forth as to why we have to allow this in our backyards. I don't disagree. All of us have gravel and have used gravel in some respect, and it is necessary. However, I point out that this argument as presented is premised on the presumption that all gravel extracted in Red Deer County that affects the Red Deer County residents is used by Red Deer County residents. I'm doubtful, but I would be very interested to know what percentage of gravel that is extracted in our backyards is actually used in Red Deer County. And I think that that would be a pertinent question for council to obtain the answer to. One of the reasons I think that's a very necessary question is, as the one presenter indicated, they don't benefit from this operation directly. I mean, not in a significant way, perhaps with some gravel on their driveway and gravel on their road, but for the amount of gravel that is extracted, is that in any way comparable to what has, to the benefits that the residents are receiving from that gravel? I also have heard arguments that the province has controls in place for extraction and reclamation. I was very shocked in reading the package that council received to see the report that was produced by the Office of the Auditor General of Alberta, which in my estimation essentially indicated that the controls that the provinces have established are essentially ineffective. And therefore, it doesn't appear appropriate that it would be reasonable for a county to rely on controls that have been identified as being lacking. And therefore, it would appear that if the county would proceed, they cannot place reliance on those controls and either have to establish their own or wait until the province corrects the deficiencies that have been identified. My other concern is that in listening to some of the presentations, I heard that ongoing monitoring is done by the pit owners. My understanding is that no independent verification is conducted, and that there is no requirement to provide all the data to the affected residents. The fact that residences have to phone to complain about dust mitigation rather than the employees of the pit recognizing that themselves and taking immediate action, to me indicates that this process isn't working, and again, that the controls are deficient. This is particularly concerning because it appears that the responsibility and control currently lies almost exclusively with the pit operation and the owners, who have
1 minute remaining.
An interest not to disclose unfavorable data or incur additional costs because, of course, they are profit motivated. I don't believe that the bylaw adequately addresses these issues, and I hope that council will consider them. Thank you.
Thank you for coming today. Sir, you're next.
Good afternoon. My name is Ivo de Wit. I live on Range Road 20, north of the gravel pit, so I'm close neighbor to the gravel pit. So yeah, for sure it's in my backyard, so I've got some concerns. We talked about the water table, about flood and everything, but what about if the water table is dropping because of the gravel? Where do I get my drinking water from? We got now shallow pits for water. So that's one concern I've got, how that will impact my water source. Also the dust control on the road. They talk about putting calcium on the road, nice temporarily fix, but the road is kind of getting rough. There's only the one road for me to get into my house, also for the school bus. I'm also a school bus driver myself. So maybe if they're planning there to be for a long time, what they're talking about, 15 years, maybe 20 or 50, who knows how long, would it be wise then to pave the road? Another thing is like traffic safety, turning on Highway 54, more traffic on there, coming out of a pit with a heavy load of traffic, you're not quite up to speed. What can be done on that? That's not a concern of me. And also, the changes are accepted for the setback, now for 165 meters, then to 300. What if it's been honored for the last, for the 300, or what will be accepted? Like, what will be honored to the adjacent landowners? Those are got a few questions and concerns I've got. Thank you.
Thank you. We do have some questions. Councillor DePalm.
Thanks. So can you just repeat what you said last? I didn't catch what you said.
Okay, like the changes are accepted. For example, the increased setback, would the gravel mining companies, such as Mr. Howells, be accepted to honor them, the larger desk? Because now we talk about two different setbacks, is my understanding, right? Like for...
You mean going backwards?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Councillor Moore.
Thank you, Mayor Wood. Actually, my question, I'm not sure who to ask, or we may not have this answer now, but maybe we could get it. I'm interested in how much gravel is actually used in Red Deer County, and if any, how much is exported? Like, would we have access to that? I don't expect it right now, but it's something that it's piqued my interest. Thank you.
Any other questions of this gentleman? Thank you, sir. Appreciate you coming today.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else in the audience or online that wishes? Please come forward. Good afternoon.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. I'm not from Red Deer County, but I have a history with the province of Alberta. I was born in Calgary. I'm certified in mechanical and electrical engineering, and I spent all my life living in Alberta, raising children, and I just recently had a great-grandchild.
I did miss your name when you first started speaking, sir.
I'm sorry, my name is Mike Northcott.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. I just have a story about tomorrow. And it's what we have witnessed about the effects of strip mining. Now, I spent a great deal of my time around Lake Wabman. I'm sure that you know what that lake is, or where that lake is, west of Edmonton. And it was designated as a strip mine. And it was designated as a strip mine all along the north side and all along the south side. And Wabman is 17 miles east-west. And when it was identified that there would be no more coal mining done by strip mining activities, and it's a strip mine, and it's exactly the same depths that what you're witnessing in your strip mining for gravel. They were both at just about the same elevation underground. When this operation was shut down, then the land had to be turned over because it was all bought by the company that was doing the strip mining. So it had to be turned over to the people. So who did they turn it over to? The municipality of Parkland. That whole area has been reclaimed, is what they say. Now, what reclamation usually means is it goes back to the same type of operation that it was before it was strip mined. That's what it's supposed to do. However, reclamation requests are that it's only done for the first 2 meters down or very 1.5 meters depth. So who gets the land? Because it's all been bought by the company that did the strip mining. Who gets the land? In the county of Parkland, it was the county of Parkland. A big ceremony of all of this land that had been strip mined and reclaimed. When I went to the sit down with the municipality and the company, when it was formally turned over to the county of Parkland. And this is what they said during the strip mining, or during this dissertation on turning over this property, all of the property on the north and south side. I was part of the water purification system that was linked up to the North Saskatchewan River to pump water into Wabman Lake to maintain its level. Huge pipelines. And it has to be sterilized to its proper manner because you cannot put water into a lake without it being a better quality than the lake water. So it was a big facility, 2 of them, to maintain the water level in Wabman Lake. This is groundwater. It's all groundwater. It's called a perched area. Wabman Lake means it doesn't have a river flowing in and out of it. It's just
1 minute remaining.
It's just an area that gathers water within its own area. When I went to that particular changeover talk from Calgary Power at that time and Parkland County, they turned it over to them, to Parkland County, and there was a large area where you could see what was going to be left and an explanation of it. And it says this, that the land was sterilized. The land would not be able to produce what it was producing. It was farmland all the way around to what it was supposed to be able to produce because it was changed to a sterilized position and it was unstable for any kind of construction on it without having special engineering done to see if it could be done. That was the whole area around Wabman Lake, north and south sides. Is that what you want? Because the areas that you're going to strip mine here, sooner or later, will get more and more and more because...
Thank you for coming today, sir. We really appreciate it. I did give you a few extra sentences after your light went red as courtesy.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Is there any questions of this gentleman? No. Thank you. Is there anyone else in the audience or online that wishes to address council on this matter? Is there anyone online?
For those folks online, if you are interested in speaking, please message Red Deer County or use the raise your hand feature to indicate that you're wanting to speak. Thank you.
For your second time, is there anyone? Please come forward. Good afternoon. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. For the record, my name is Jody Young, and I'm a Red Deer County resident. I'm sure you all know who I am. It is widely known that the aggregate mining is not a mundane business. It deleteriously impacts the land, water, and the people who reside in these areas. There are not short-term projects, and it is essential to remember the harm that aggregate extraction can have on the people, the nearby agricultural activities, and the landscape as a whole. More and more people are calling for a more sustainable approach to aggregate resource extraction. There is an increased responsibility on the municipalities to protect the existing lands from unnecessary development and to ensure the property rights and pre-existing land uses are not jeopardized. In respect to today's proposed amendments, I support an increase in the setbacks from the residents, implementing additional dust control, requiring a hydrology assessment, putting in place screening requirements, and requiring public consultation. That said, I see several issues with the amendments as presented, including but not exhaustive. It's the lack of transparency with the discussions on these matters being held behind closed doors, a lack of clarity with ambiguous and vague wording, failing to definitively identify requirements and consequences, some insufficient setbacks, with setbacks not at a minimum being established from property lines, a lack of clarity on the permissible air quality thresholds with no mechanisms identified for ongoing air quality monitoring or identified responses to exceedances, a failure to make the hydrology reports mandatory and not addressing the need for pre-activity monitoring wells or requiring well impact response plans, identifying engagement with public as consultation when in fact it is notification of intent with only an opportunity to solicit feedback, which may or may not actually get considered. And with the grandfathering of pits, there remain significant inconsistencies in the application of the gravel extraction overlay rules to the existing operation and zone lands. There is no clarity to the public in respect to who actually has to follow these rules. It has been shown within this own municipality how there's a lack of reclamation within a timely manner and a not follow through with phased development. When we're speaking to hours of development, we are missing in what impacts this has to the properties adjacent, with no compensation whatsoever. As identified in my written submission, the proposed amendments before you are start, but fail to address many other significant issues identified by the residents over the past 10 years. These are some points for your consideration. Why is this bylaw proceeding when the procurement audit is not yet finalized nor released? This gives a perception that you're trying to push through amendments before potential significant relevant information becomes publicly available. Keep in mind, notification is not the same as consultation. Grandfathering pits means there's no consistent rules. First in should have first rights. Existing landowners should not lose their property rights when somebody else comes in after the fact. And there's a difference between wanting to do a development in existing lands identified by you as existing and potential future gravel extraction locations versus adding new lands that you've identified publicly that you are going to protect, and lands beside places that you've allowed people to establish their residences or agriculture means. There's been bias continuing to be shown, including what's happened here again, where we see it's demonstrated by a Red Deer County accepting feedback after a proposed deadline. Baseline scientific data via quality comprehensive hydrologic assessments before activity begins is necessary to identify in the future if a gravel mine activity is or isn't impacting water. Hydrology assessments and appropriate timing monitoring can help identify water issues, which can protect both the operators and the residents. Protection of existing natural screening along property line is needed. We see what's happening is trees being cut that were already there, and then we're asking them to put up trees. Why aren't we leaving the trees that are already there? The protection, okay, what is in reality in respect to the need to gravel? Somebody else has already kind of covered that. And we talk about the cost to taxpayers. Well, what about the degradation and loss of our water sources? the potential long-term exposure to adverse conditions of gravel operations, the potential responsibilities and consequences for failure of private industry to follow through on land regulation, and landowners being held hostage to land values. Gravel extraction is a deeply divided issue. The position presented illustrate that dealing with the aggregate mining legislation should be conducted not in a cookie-cutter fashion, and continuing to leave this activity as a permitted use is an approach fraught with conflict, continuing to create situations full of disagreements, arguments, and discord. The reality is, if this municipality is really wishing to revise the gravel area to try to address ongoing public concerns and minimize conflicts, there needs to be change. To conclude, I'm not naive to the fact that what I'm sharing today with you may fall on some deaf ears. Frankly, given all the cumulative detrimental impacts from dealing with these matters have had on myself and my family, including how it has contributed to illness of my child, and how it appears that representatives from this municipality have tried to have me fired from my own employment for speaking up against concerns about conduct of the administration, I almost didn't attend. I'm here because I believe there's an opportunity in front of this council to meaningfully deal with the many issues that your ratepayers have brought forward to you. And once for all, you have an opportunity to meaningfully deal with ensuring you amend the gravel extraction overlay district, so other families do not have to go through what you have and that continue to put my family through, so actions can be taken to properly protect the lands and waters that residents rely on.
Thank you for
I leave you with this.
I've already given you like
Questions.
a lot
Okay.
of sentences.
What questions should you ask?
Please,
Yep.
please,
So,
thank you.
I ran out of time.
I'm just trying to be fair.
Yeah, that's,
I have to.
thank
If
you,
I
Mayor.
let you go over, I have to let everybody else go over. Thank you.
Can I give this to you to be shared?
Of course you can.
Sorry, I don't have copies. Oh, sorry, this is a copy for you. Does anybody have questions for me? Because I didn't get through it all.
Are there any questions? Okay, we have questions. We can do questions. Councillor Kennett.
You talked a bit in there about natural screening. What works in my yard doesn't work in another area. What type of natural screening, like, are you talking just trees or certain types of trees, vegetation like grasses, a certain height of stuff? Like, can you give me a little more information on what you feel is appropriate? Because we're looking at something that's across the county, not just in one area.
So I didn't get to say this part, but I think the main piece of this is why we need to make this discretionary, not permitted, so we can deal with the individual needs. So when you ask about natural screening, I had two main points with that. One, we see the destruction of what's already existing as natural vegetation, which acts as screening. And two, it does come back to exactly what you say. It's across the county and its individual needs, and it's part of why that needs to be with an individualized consultative process so that that can be looked at.
Thank you.
Councillor Massey, you had your hand up? No. Did anybody else have their hand up? Okay. Thank you for coming today. Okay, is there anyone in the audience that wishes to address council on this matter? Double checking online, making sure. For a second time, is there anyone in the audience or online that wishes to address council on this matter? For a third and final time. Okay, I'm seeing no one coming forward. I will ask council before I close the hearing. Are there any questions you have of administration? Councillor Moore.
I would just like to repeat my question because I apologize it wasn't in the right time of the presentation about, I'm not sure whether you have that data, but I'm very interested in it. Thank you.
Ms. Miller?
Through the acting CAO to Mayor and Council, it would be very difficult to provide that information. We do use our own gravel for our own county projects. We have typically seen some of our local pits work with Alberta Transportation, which could be within Red Deer County, but then go outside of it. There have been circumstances where big developments require gravel from a nearby municipality, and we will see an ask from that municipality to use our roads as a haul route to bring it in. It is difficult to determine what's going out. So I think that would be pretty tricky to provide accurate data with that without consulting with every single gravel pit owner and where their gravel goes. Perhaps Director Campbell could add to that, or I think I've maybe captured
Mr.
it.
Campbell.
Through the Assistant CAO to Mayor and Council, adding on to what Director Miller has said, it'd be difficult to round that information up like right away. We could talk to the individual operators. We have the gravel levy program, where each year the gravel operators submit their tonnage that's applied to the levy. There's that piece that could be added to it. Even conversations with Alberta Sand and Gravel Association, that they may have some data provincially that we could work with. So it takes some work to round those numbers up, but it's something that could be looked at.
Thank you, Director Campbell, for that. I think it is very important because this is the biggest argument of why.
Questions?
How much we need, why we need it, and it's for Red Deer County, and we are going to suffer. So I think it's very, very relevant information that I look forward to receiving. Thank you.
I've seen lots of hands up, but I think the order I saw them, I'll go around the table. That's the easiest. Councillor Ramsey, let's go. You want to go ahead?
Yeah, I can ask a couple. There was concern noted with the overlay and identifying those areas that are in the overlay. Is that something we could add to like our public GIS system?
Through the Assistant CEO to Mayor and Council, the gravel pit overlay district is available on our GIS system, as well as in the gravel overlay district within the land use bylaw. It lists all of the quarter sections that apply.
Okay, thank you. Another thing that come up a little bit was the the hours of pit operation. I think we talked about that a little bit. Is that something that could be addressed at the permitting stage? Or is that something that would need to be amended as part of the bylaw?
Ms. McLaughlin?
The land use bylaw as it's currently written requires or has the requirement for hours of operation Monday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. So then those hours of operation are reiterated onto a development permit. There would have to be a reason why we would change that when that is the hours of operation stipulated by the bylaw. So if you were looking at changing the hours of operation for all pit operations, then the more appropriate place would likely be the land use bylaw.
Yeah, and just thinking for the flexibility piece, if there's a pit not near, residences, then they probably wouldn't need the hour adjustment. But to add flexibility, if during the public consultation piece something come up, would we have that ability?
Ms. Miller?
So through the acting CAO to Mayor and Council, we do have some provisions in here that have it all laid out. So it's gravel operations and it has the hours of 6 to 7, 6 days per week, year round. And then there's some hauling hours. So it's the same ones and no statutory holidays and Sundays. And then crushing and screening shall be permitted as follows. And they've got some rules and regulations. They do have this clause that indicates that the county manager has authority to vary the hours and days of operation listed in under special circumstances. So I guess it's set up in a way where if there was no concerns, there was no residents, they can ask for more, but only under special circumstances. Otherwise, it's pretty clear and it applies to all gravel operators.
Okay, I think that gives me some clarity. And then lastly, there was a lot of question around the hydrology assessment and the may versus shall. And, I think, again, that was for some flexibility for areas that, might not have such an impact. I'm curious, with that may wording, if that's something that comes up as a concern in the public consultation process or a concern of council with the application, then that would trigger that requirement.
Ms. McLaughlin?
If there were concerns that were brought up through the public consultation, that would certainly end up being a shall requirement from our perspective. So the may is, as you've said, it's really thrown in there. If there is a pit that comes in that really has no concerns about hydrology, then we wouldn't want that to be shall, because now they're having to produce a report that would provide no extra information or anything that would be required of them. So if there were concerns, it could also be part of the gravel overlay review when that pit came forward as a bylaw, or as an amendment to add the pit to the overlay district. You could also ask for it at that time if it hadn't already been asked for some reason or another.
Okay, I think that's it for now.
Councillor Kennett, questions?
Yeah, thank you. Sort of following on that same question, the monitoring that's being done on the pit that was talked about, was that a requirement that was part of the application process by or through the county, or was that Alberta Environment that put that condition in?
Through the acting CAO to mayor and council, that was a requirement that was put on by Alberta Environment, not Red Deer County.
Okay, thank you. And under the dust control, it's very generalized in here, of course, but wouldn't it be appropriate to say that what the conditions Red Deer County requires for hauling gravel when we do a gravel haul would be reasonable for a pit operator to do? And with the dust of the pit and whatnot, like, those are rules that quite frankly work quite well, I think, and I'm just wondering why we'd be so generalized versus using what we require operators to do at this point in time when we haul gravel.
Who's taking this one? Ms. McLaughlin?
So the requirements that are being put through the amendments are in addition to what's already included in the land use bylaw. And so I'm just scrolling to the section if you'll bear with me. So the requirement currently for dust control is performing dust control along the front of each dwelling at 200 meters at each intersection along the designed haul route. Notwithstanding, the county may waive dust control if the dwelling is set back a distance of 300 meters or greater, if it's determined the dwelling would not be affected. And then the applicant will be responsible to pay for all costs associated with it, and the applicant shall be required to perform dust control within the pit area at their expense to the satisfaction of the county. So what's proposed in the amendment is in addition to what we're already doing. And certainly when we're reviewing different complaints for gravel operations, we do often look to our own pits to say, what are we doing within those pits, and ensuring that not only the county, but all of the operators are performing in the same way.
Okay, thank you. And my final question I have, the 300 meter setback, the operator, if they are agreeable with whoever is within that setback, can make an agreement with the party. They're not completely held away. But if they can't make an agreement, they would be at that 300 meter, correct?
Ms. McLaughlin?
That's correct. So if the operator and adjacent landowners were in agreement that they would want to go down from the 300 meters, then they could certainly ask for that as part of it, both parties agreeing to the lesser setbacks. It would actually be considered a variance to the bylaw as well, so it would come forward to the Municipal Planning Commission.
Okay. Thank you.
Councillor DuPont? Questions?
Yeah, I got a couple. So, just a quick, I guess, verification. On our GIS, it only tells us the pits that are already there, right? That are already in the overlay. It does not tell us where potential gravel is, right?
Through the acting CEO to mayor and council, that's correct. The existing pits are shown on the GIS. However, in the municipal development plan, there is an aggregate map which shows potential aggregate locations in that map on the MDP.
Okay, but if they looked it up on GIS, they couldn't see that part.
No.
Okay. Okay, then my other question would be, so when these come in front of us, in the gravel overlay, do we have the ability to add or delete, to make it so not cookie cutter for across the county, so that we can more make it specific to the location that it's at?
Ms. Miller?
So with respect to that, we had spoken a while back and we got a legal opinion with respect to that. And it would have to be a site-specific requirement when you're including a new application or a new property within the overlay. You would do site-specific requirements to that.
Okay, so we do have the opportunity to do site-specific then.
Through the bylaw process.
Right. Okay, thanks. That's all I got for right now.
Councillor Holzman?
Well, my questions were already asked about, and that was the dust control thing that I mentioned before. And so what would that look like? Like, what I'm concerned with the 165 to 300. So they would do the public consultation, and if the neighbors around were okay with that, they would just sign like a document to say that they're okay with the being reduced from 300 to 165. Because I guess my question's around what Mayor Wood mentioned earlier. It's a lot of gravel mining. That what I'm thinking is that we could have applications for another pit because we're needing the gravel. I guess that's where I'm coming from.
So we would treat it like any relaxation request where you're impeding on that setback that's required. So if they come in with a letter of support, that would form part of that application. But in addition to that, we would still do our referral and our due diligence on our end to make sure that that stands still, and then it would go forward to Municipal Planning Commission for their decision.
Okay, and I was here when we did the gravel overlay extraction mapping that's in the municipal development plan. I think it's a pretty easy fix if some way we could put corporations or corporate communications with, are you wondering if you're in a gravel overlay, and just it's on the website. I think that's would be something we could look at, maybe, is what I'm asking, if it's not in the GIS mapping. Because I think that's part of it. People buy land and they don't realize it, and then that happens. So I'm just thinking communications, if it was available to have something like that to a link, would work.
Was there going to be a response back to that one? No, it's kind of a comment. Okay, where did I start? Councillor Master, did I start with you? Who did I start with? No, you didn't have one. I didn't start with you. Go ahead.
Thanks, Mayor Wood. To administration, so this public consultation and the people come and attend and a plan is shared. And so what happens if between that and the application, things don't look quite the same as they did? What tools do we have? Because the people may feel they've been told one thing, but the plan and the application could look quite different. So how do we protect our residents?
So we certainly, we've set out some guidelines as to what they should look at doing for public consultation, and they can go over and above that. Now, because it's just an additional public consultation process, we still would do our own and be reliant on our own public process. If it looks different, it's not uncommon to do this. What it will do for the applicant is give them a really good sense as to where their neighbors are at prior to investing all the money and making the application. It gives them the opportunity to start those conversations and improve the communication. We're trying to avoid the communication starting when we send that referral letter and they haven't been spoken to and they don't know what's going on. If it changes, that's just the nature of it changing. We would rely on our own public consultation process, though.
Thank you for that. My second question is regarding the gravel overlay, because I was a new councillor when this all started. And the reason I thought it was a good idea was because we were told people will know that don't buy that land but what we're hearing from people is that didn't pan out. So what happened? That there was people didn't know, and that we've just heard about GIS mapping, not, in two different documents, which can be really difficult for the average person to navigate, because I think we missed the mark somewhere.
Question?
So how did we? Or
Ms. Miller, go ahead.
Through the acting CAO to mayor and council. So I think it works well when a pit is already established. You can see within the overlay district the list of every pit that it has been approved. And we actually, part of our gather information tool, when we look at a property and do a data analysis on a new property, let's say they're coming in with a house, it will say, are you within a proximity of an existing gravel pit? Where it gets tricky is the ones that haven't been applied for yet. We can't determine that. We do have that MDP map that shows where gravel could exist, but there's nothing in place, no bylaws in place that allows that. So we can't really predict the reverse, but we certainly have the information there for the ones that are approved.
So would it be possible then, going forward, that even if it was a potential, that we could find a way to let people know, potential developers or people who are building a home? Would we need a bylaw, or how would we?
Mr. Brandt?
Oh, Mr. Brandt.
Yeah, Mayor and Council, I would caution that it's very difficult for us as administration or as the county as general to be predictive of things that may or may not occur in the future. So with respect to notification of the public, when there are statutory or legislative documents that are in existence, those are all very publicly available. So really what I'm hearing a lot of conversation here is around ease of access or ease of use, which essentially amounts actually a little bit to some direction to administration that's not currently contemplated kind of in this bylaw. So it's a bit more of a procedural thing. It sounds as though potentially administration could potentially consider that, but I don't want council to feel as though that's work that we could just undertake kind of by virtue of this conversation, and more so would require some direction so that we could properly assess what it would take. But what I'm hearing is you do have confidence from administration that these things are available, just not necessarily available in certain tools. So the map is shown in the MDP, not in the electronic geographical information system.
Thank you.
See, we've all had an opportunity to ask questions, those that wanted to. I don't see no more questions. I'm going to declare the public hearing closed. This is now our opportunity, council, to either make a decision today or a later date. Your wisdom, Councillor Holzman, what do you think?
Mayor Wood, I would just provide that as council did receive additional written submissions following the publication of today's agenda, unanimous consent of all members of council is required to proceed with consideration of the bylaw in compliance with bylaw number 2024/24, the meeting procedures bylaw schedule B, section 3H1. So
we've got a couple of options here, council. We could have an opportunity to read those documents, or we could have a unanimous decision. It looks like we're going to need a vote. And if we have that vote, we could still determine that we will get opportunity to read the documents. I'm looking for a motion. Councillor Moore.
Thank you, Mayor Wood. Thank you to everyone for coming today. Our public engagement policy states that we're committed to give serious consideration to public input as part of the decision-making process. Gravel is a contentious and complex issue. It's worth taking the time to fully listen, research, and understand the complexities of this issue. We need to ensure that the bylaw we eventually pass will best serve all the residents, businesses, and our municipality. We need to get this right. Therefore, I believe council really needs to consider all the information. I therefore move that administration provide a plan to bring back to council on a revised approach to ensure that all significant issues, concerns and questions that have been addressed today and in the public document be communicated to Council. Feedback received suggests that the needs and concerns have not been addressed adequately. A different approach is considered.
So I'm just trying to follow where we're at here. I know you're making a motion, but you know what? We were in the process of trying to determine whether or not we were going to grant second reading or not. The granting of second reading can either be delayed for further information, or it can happen today. And if there's, the problem is that once I close the hearing, and I asked council, I asked very, very clearly, we are not allowed to take any more information from this point, from the public or anyone else, because I've closed the hearing. I was very, very clear. Was there any more questions? And so today we're going to have one or two things happen. We're either going to pass second reading. If we all choose not to do a second reading today because that our bylaw says that we received these two documents and a lot of information, then council can choose to take this to a further meeting. That's my ruling on this.
Thank you, Mayor Wood. And I was not, I apologise, I didn't realise we were at the question period, so I couldn't do this. But we do have an option here to refer this decision and not decide today, which, for all the reasons I stated today, I don't believe we've addressed the concerns that we've heard today, and many of those in the package. So I guess I'm moving to refer the decision on second reading to the bylaw pending receipt of further information as requested by council. I myself have asked some questions today, and I realise that we can't get more information from the public, but I imagine we'll get clarity on some of the questions raised today.
Ms. Rodwell, can you help me out with this one, please, again? Thank you.
Most certainly. So in my interpretation of the meeting procedures bylaw, you do first have to deal with that motion regarding whether you'll proceed today or not, because it says, if any written submissions are provided following the publication of the agenda or during the public hearing, unanimous consent of all members of council will be required before being able to consider the matter. Even a motion to refer would be a motion to consider the matter at hand. Therefore, I believe that you need to first address whether you have unanimous consent to proceed today, and then a motion would be able to be put on the floor. With what Councillor Moore is introducing, I can provide again in my personal interpretation, which council is welcome to disagree with or receive a legal opinion on. If council were to request any sort of additional information from administration, you'd be put back basically to first reading. You would be required to do a public hearing again. Council's in a position where you have 4 council meetings left this term. It's not really feasible to predict that administration could prepare that information in 1 week's time to get us in the loop for the July 8th agenda, which means the earliest you could receive that is July 22nd. But I'm not fully confident in the workload that Director Miller has, as we're also navigating through the second parcels process at this time as well as regular responsibilities and obligations of the organization. So when we get the item back on the agenda, we are then required to advertise for 4 weeks on our websites, plus advertise in County News. The advertisement in County News, depending on where the agenda lands in correlation to when the County News delivery schedule is, that can be anywhere from 4 to 7 weeks. So the likelihood of hearing this matter this term would be almost zero.
Okay, so I think just so I can help us roll along here, okay? It is council's decision today to make the first decision, whether we want to make a decision today or not. Should that decision not be made, then it will come forward until the next council meeting, and that will be the process. I need a motion. Councillor Holzman.
Can I ask a question?
Go ahead.
I just want to ask a question, because the handouts that I received were from the same individuals that were in our agenda package, and I did not see much new information in the handout. So, quite frankly, the handout was what was in our agenda package. That's my comment. So I cannot support referral. I would move second reading.
I think we have to move that we're going to continue with the matter today, and then we'll go second reading if it passes. If it fails, we will.
That's what I would move. That
You do first have to deal with Councillor Moore's motion, which is on the floor.
Okay, so Council Moore has made a motion on the floor, and your motion was to get further information from administration, which we've already determined that is not even fits our rules, correct?
Correct. So
And-
as
and
chair,
and
you
I
would have
wasn't
the
sure whether
ability
I
to
could-
rule the motion out of order at this time.
I'm going to rule a motion out of order at this time.
Ask a question?
You sure can.
Can I ask
because
a
your
question?
motion.
So, Ms. Rodwell, why is this an option in our recommendations? Because we have two choices. There's grant second and third reading or refer decision. So why is it here if it's out of order?
Most certainly. So right now, we're navigating two separate processes. So right now, we need to deal with the procedure bylaw portion that says if you receive any additional information after the publication of the agenda, you must have unanimous consent to proceed. So that's where we're stuck right now.
Okay.
And then as soon as that has concluded, then all of the options that are in your agenda come into effect. We're just on that snag in the procedure bylaw right now where we have to get that permission because it was written in there for council to have the ability to ensure they'd had enough time to digest. If you're receiving thousands of additional pages today because your procedure bylaw allows that, you may want to take a pause. And so that's why we always kind of do that sober second thought. Have you had the time that you need today with the documents that you've received? If everyone agrees that they've had enough time, then most certainly you can proceed today with the options outlined in the report.
Thank you, Ms. Rodwell.
Councillor Holzman had the floor, and what do you wish, Councillor Holzman, for your motion of proceeding?
So we can just not make a decision today and refer, is that what we're?
We would make a decision to either, because we've received additional information that we do not want to proceed, or we could make a motion that the information was insignificant because we've already heard it, and we would proceed. You can choose how you want.
Proceed with second reading. The information that we received in the handout today very clearly was the same information that was in my package, so I would move second reading.
Yeah, just to support council here, the motion would read, moved by Councillor Holzman that as additional written submissions were provided following the publication of the agenda, unanimous consent of all members of council is given to proceed with consideration of the bylaw in compliance with bylaw number 2024/24, the meeting procedures bylaw, Schedule B, Section 3HI. And again, this requires unanimous consent, so one vote against would mean that we were not proceeding today.
And one more thing that can happen as sitting as the chair is if council needed time to read these two documents, then we would have had opportunity to read them today. And that could be also something if any member of council wishes.
We can do that.
Okay, so prior to us making a decision,
I would call a recess.
I think it would be prudent that we read the documents and know whether we're satisfied or not.
I'm okay, I can have that, we'll ask for a recess.
If you call a point of order, if you like, go ahead.
Well, I wouldn't say it was, I'm not sure if it's a point of order, but what I would say is we've got a motion on the floor that requires a vote, and do we not vote now or now declare a recess? Like, I feel like we're losing control here.
Well, I'll tell you what, I have control. And what I would say is that sometimes we want to be able to understand the information. The worst thing that we can do is try to make a decision without information. If what I'm asking for is that people have an opportunity to read a document so we can make a decision, I don't think that's out of control. I think that's trying to serve the best interest in transparency.
Council, I can also support you with this. In your meeting procedures bylaw and Schedule A, the motions allowed at a council meeting are outlined. They're outlined in the order of precedence from highest to lowest, and a motion to recess has the highest order of precedence. Therefore, a motion to recess can be dealt with while a main motion is on the floor.
I made the motion to recess.
Okay, we have a motion to recess. All those in favor?
How long? 15
All those opposed to recess? Councilor Moore is opposed to recess. The rest of us can recess and read our documents. Thank you. We're going to come back in 10 minutes. If that's not sufficient for anyone, we'll ask for additional recess. Order. The time is 3:56. I've been assured by all members of council that they've had an opportunity to read the documents. Are we all, is that correct? Anyone not? Okay. So at this point in time, what we have to have in order to proceed, we'd have to have a motion to continue due to the amount of information that we received. It would require a motion from a member of council. That is prior to second reading.
That's correct, and we already have it recorded that Councillor Holzman made that motion prior to the recess.
Okay. Is there any discussion on that motion? Well, I'll go round table. Go ahead, Councillor Moore.
Thank you, Mayor Wood. So just confirming, Ms. Rodwell, that my original motion to refer would still stand once this is dealt with.
So the original motion that you made was deemed out of order at that time by the mayor. But if this motion were to pass, then yes, we are back to being able to consider all of the options that were presented to you in the report. So you have the options to grant second reading, to defer, to refer, to deny, all the options that you would in a normal process, yes.
Thank you.
Any other questions, comments? Go ahead, Councillor Messier. Councillor Ramsey, sorry. Looked like you're wanting to go.
Yep. No, I thought you were going around, so I was just waiting. Yeah, I appreciate the break to go through the information that was submitted today. So, and it is consistent with some of the feedback that we have received to date, and you know, I support moving ahead.
Councillor Kennett.
Yeah, thank you for giving us the time to read it. It's as said, it's consistent with what we've heard in the public hearing. Thank you.
Councillor DuPont. You don't have to say anything. Let it go by if you want. Yep. Councillor Holzman, you made your motion. Councillor Messer, do you want to say anything? Councillor, you've already said. I'm definitely thinking that we should move ahead. We've definitely had an opportunity to see the information before us today. Do you want to close?
No, I made the motion to continue, so that is where I'm at. Thank you.
All those in favor? That's been carried unanimously, so we will get to continue. All right, so now we do need a motion to do something. Councillor Moore.
Thank you, Mayor Wood, and apologies for the wrong timing just before. It is complex. So I would move to refer the decision of second reading to the bylaw pending receipt of further information as requested by council. I have a little bit of rationale here. So in what we heard, the summary, there was, in my opinion, a few key points missing. There was references to the MGA, reference to the Auditor General. I think one of the speakers came forward that contains significant concerns and recommendations, problematic past processing, comparisons with other municipalities, and concerns regarding discretionary use. That was a theme today. So there seems to be a desire for increased consultation in the development of this bylaw. And today we've heard from people and we got a lot of information in our package, and I thank them for submitting this. And I don't believe the bylaw as it stands addresses everything that we have heard today. And I think it behoves us to make sure that everything is addressed through our administration, hence my motion to refer. Thank you.
Mayor Wood, if I may, I just want to ensure that we've captured that correctly, Councillor Moore. We have a motion that council refer the decision on bylaw number 1002/2025-B to administration and direct administration to bring back to council a revised approach and to provide information to address all of the public feedback received at the public hearing. Is that correct? Thank you.
Okay, I'll go round table. Councillor Massier.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I can't support the motion to refer. Like Mr. Cuff said, if we're going to go back to our governance training that we've all had, yes, we need enough information to make good decisions, but you're never going to get all the information. We've had good information and reports from administration. We've opened it up to the public and we've heard public opinion. Yes, the public might want us to go down that rabbit hole or find out additional information, or they want to know this and they want to know that. But is that pertinent information to the task that's been given to me today? And that task is are we going to make some amendments to the general overlay area? We're not debating whether or not we want an overlay or not. That's for a separate council. That's for a separate time. We have an overlay in place. We thought it was a little bit broken, and so we were trying to make a few adjustments to it. Councillor Moore, I'm afraid what you're doing is you're deferring the motion because you don't want to deal with it today, yes or no. So I'm not going to support a deferral motion. I want to get on with second reading today.
I'm going to go round table, to be fair. Go ahead.
Thank you. I just want to thank everybody for coming out today, but I too cannot to support referral from Ms. Moore. We had this out for public feedback since March. There was a whole package of comments that came in. People phoned me. We talked through it. We talked about setbacks today. We talked about 165 to 300 meters. I heard from both the developers that they can work with that we can get a letter signed with residents to try to meet a resolution. We talked about additional dust control. That was one of the concerns that's come up from everyone, and I think we've come to a process on that. We talked about hydrology assessments. People are willing to work together if and when we might need the assessment. We talked about screening requirements, and I thought we got quite a ways on that. That we talked if we needed a berm, we would have a berm. If we needed new trees, we would put up new trees. We've done the public consultation piece, and I appreciate everybody that sent in notes of concern, whether they were support or against it. But I agree with Councillor Massier. Today, it's about second reading of a bylaw. We talked as council for hours about ways to make our gravel processes better. I think that we have gotten to that today, and I think we're in a good spot. So I totally would like to get to second reading on this. Thank you.
Councillor DePalm.
Thanks. So I would like to proceed with second reading. And these are my reasons. You know, we did all this gathered this information, and lots of stuff on that we have added, I think will be of great value. In my opinion, the public consultation part is huge. And with that public consultation, I mean, I would like, I guess, to see it come where, you know, everyone can meet in the middle. Not everyone's going to be 100% happy, but we can meet in the middle to some degree and to go forward. So, and when these do come before us, we do have the opportunity to put additional things on them for the particular location that they're in. So I can't support the motion to defer at this point in time, because I do think what we have come up with is good, and it's probably not perfect, and that is why the public consultation part of having to talk about it before it even comes in here and work out some of these disagreements prior to, I think is a huge step going forward. So, and in a lot of ways, I would like to see if it actually works before we say no. So I can't support the motion to defer at this point in time.
Thank you. Councillor Kennett.
Thank you. Yeah, what I've heard over the past and even today in the public hearing, the one thing that seems to be the real contention is discretionary versus overlay. I heard that the increased setback sounded good. More dust control, screening, all that. But when I look at what happened when it was discretionary, you know, there was appeal, and then an appeal, and then an appeal. And that's not good for anyone. There was talk about the overlay and the massive expense to appeal a decision on that. And doesn't matter which way it goes, it's expensive. And I think what I heard from the the public comments, the written submissions, and both sides. What we've improved here, to me, sounds close to better. Now on the refer, sorry, I'm not sure what other information we have. We've been put here to make a decision. It's very difficult, because I think the one thing is somebody has to live beside a pit in these situations. We've worked on this quite a bit. I think it's been the #1 topic of the entire term, quite frankly. It's not perfect, but I think it's a heck of a lot better than what it used to be if we move forward. And so for that reason, I don't think I can support the refer. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Ramsey.
Thank you, Mayor Wood. Yeah, hearing from administration that referring this back could cause us to lose the progress we've made to date is certainly concerning. And I agree. You know, the Auditor General report was referenced. I seen that last year when I come out, and you know, I think there's a lot of concern with Alberta environment, and to me, that's part of why, you know, I wanted to see changes in this overlay, is because you know, I don't want to rely on other approving bodies for the information and the decision I need to make, and that's part of why I feel that hydrology assessment is key in this. So, you know, I don't want to lose all the progress we've made. You know, as it's kind of been stated around the table, is this going to satisfy everyone? I think we've heard that it's not, but I do feel this is really going to be a step in the right direction, you know, to try and help the residents a little bit more. So I can't support referring this back at this point.
Okay, I'm the only one that hasn't spoke, and I'll let you close, Councillor Moore, because it was your motion. And I think the key thing is we've heard it fairly clearly here. We're put here to make a decision. And I'm trying to look at it. Are we going to make a better decision waiting, or are we going to make a better decision dealing with the information while it's fresh in our mind? We've just heard it, and I think the key thing is that I'm prepared to make that decision today, and I could deviate a little bit, because a lot of you have, because we're supposed to be talking about the referral and not the points, and maybe I will. I give the rest of you the same latitude. You know, I think one of the first things that I saw was a quote by Jim Wood, way back in 2012 about an ESA. And I want to tell you what, I damn near got lynched over putting that ESA in, and I stood behind it 100% at 3 different meetings that would have filled this entire room both times. My entire farm is in an ESA, and I care about the environment. And I want people to understand that. The decisions we make are not about what we're talking about when we talk about ESAs and these types of things, is that we want to make sure that we do the best thing that we can for our environment. Doesn't mean things aren't going to happen if they land in an ESA. And that's where we landed. And I want to say something. I sometimes think we're getting close. I sometimes think we're getting close when both sides aren't happy, right? You start to realize, well, hang on, you know what? We've made some major changes to this. We made some distance changes. You know what? That will definitely help any resident in Red Deer County. And then on the other hand, we're talking about probably millions of dollars worth of gravel that's probably going to stay in the ground. And we can see those. We can see those trade-offs. We can see the trade-offs between hydrology and the need to protect our water, because I know how important it is, especially to those folks that live right beside some of these facilities that actually use their water from an aquifer that is close to the ground level. Some aquifers are 300 feet down or more. I'm sure that they're probably not going to need a big hydrology report for something like that because it isn't going to impact it. But there's some cases that will. And you know what? We've made a big change in order to see that come in. We've talked about what we can do for our residents at a huge expense, no doubt, to the industry to provide screening, to try to lessen that impact. And we talked about, hang on, we want to have good consultation, and maybe we can have this whole process be better. And maybe if we identify something at an early stage that we actually heard that we could actually put in some extra clauses or something to address it. And I think that we've made a huge change. But I'm going to tell you right now what will happen if we don't pass this. If we don't pass this, it goes back to 165. If we don't pass this, it goes back to exactly what it is today, and nothing changes. And whatever happens, it starts over again. And it might not ever make it back to 300. The next council, because it's probably going to be the next council if it gets delayed now, may choose, hang on, we like it the way it is. So there's a lot of things that can happen. There's some risks that are involved with our decision today. But what I would say is that I've read the documents, I've listened hard to both sides, and I truly believe that I don't want to make a decision tomorrow or next week. I want to get on with this. And so, Councillor Moore, go ahead, you can close.
Thank you, Mayor Wood. I'm just reflecting, 2 weeks ago at Council, we referred a decision on a communication tower because 29 people believed that the consultation was not effective. It was more of a notification. So this council, for one communication tower, deferred that. Just think about that. I don't believe that the proposed bylaw adequately addresses the concerns that we've heard from the Auditor General, etc., etc. How do we address what we have heard, the concerns we've addressed with this bylaw? I don't believe it addresses everything. I would love for me to feel comfortable right now and say, yeah, but I just can't because there's too many gaps in it. So for those reasons, and it would appear I stand alone, but I'm happy to stand alone because you know what? There's gaps in this bylaw and it will come back to bite whoever sits in these seats in the future. Thank you.
Okay, so can we read the motion out before we vote, please?
Moved by Councillor Seymour, the council refer the decision on bylaw number 1002/2025-B to administration and direct administration to bring back to council a revised approach and to provide information to address all of the public feedback received at the public hearing.
Okay, we've heard the motion by Councillor Moore. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion is defeated. Councillor Moore was in favor. The remainder were opposed. Councillor Messier.
Mr. Mayor, after great discussion in a public hearing, I move second reading to the bylaw.
Second reading has been moved by Councillor Messier. Discussion on second reading. Councillor Holzman.
Oh, are you going this way?
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah, I can switch it up. That's my prerogative.
I can support second reading. I know that we have discussed this, like I've said, at great length, and it's going to cost both the public and the industry, no matter what, because of bad relations or applications that get turned down. And I think this is a way that we can at least start the process of working together and respecting each other and trying to get to a middle ground so that if there's an application come in, the applicants know where they're at as well so that they don't have a waiting period if it falls through. And the other part of it, the 165 to 300, at least we know now how much gravel we might not get out of it, but I would hope that people could work together and try to come, if there's no residents in sight, that they can at least sign a document and work together. We have really discussed this at length, and I'd like the public to know that, and the operators as well. I think this is one of the ways that at least we can try to work together so that if more permits and applications are given out, at least everyone has a a way forward with the process. That's where we're at, because before, the discretionary use ones, I totally agree with the comments that were made. It just made for a lot of bad feelings. So I will support second reading.
Thank you. Councillor DePalm.
Yeah, I totally support second reading. You know, I know probably everything is not captured there, but this is a start, and I think I would rather see this go forward than just putting it and not changing anything at this point in time. And like I said, the public consultation part is huge for me. I think there's a way to come to an understanding on both sides, and not everyone has to be 100% happy, but there is a place where they can come to have a certain amount of understanding on both sides. So I do support second reading, and yeah.
Councillor Kennett.
Yeah, thank you. I sort of cheated and gave a lot of my comments earlier there on the previous motion, but I feel this isn't perfect. But what I did, I went back through everybody's comments and notes I took today. I heard, even from the written submissions, the increase in setback, that's helpful. Increase in dust control, that's helpful. Yeah, it's not perfect. But to go back to what we have currently, if this didn't pass, that's even worse in my mind. And I think that's significant. That's 165 to 300. That's a significant amount of gravel. That's a significant motivator to the operators to work together with somebody that is that close. That's the biggest thing, is getting people to talk, it seems. If it's municipal planning, like the tower that was referenced, or something else. I think this will, it's not perfect, but it's a step in the right direction. And it's better than what we currently have right now, quite frankly. And I think that's why I'll support second reading, because this is a step forward that I think protects landowners' rights and makes options to work together and ensure that they're heard between the public consultation process and ensuring that it's not just a circle around the pit. It's, if it touches your quarter, you're part of that consultation. If you're just an acreage owner or whatever it may be, you're still part of it. So I think, yeah, it's not perfect, but this is a lot better than what we have right now. Thank you.
Councillor Kennett. Councillor Ramsey.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Wood, and I would just like to start by thanking everyone that came in or submitted feedback. You know, hearing from our residents is what really led to us looking at this overlay. And I know I've been chatting with some of my residents about gravel before I even got on council. And I recognize there's significant concerns with the bylaw, and as mentioned, I don't think, no matter how far we take it or what we amend in it, I don't think everyone is going to always be completely satisfied with it. You know, and from what I've heard in the feedback in the submissions was increasing the setbacks is basically a must. And there have been many suggestions on what distances we should use or where we should measure from, and you know, I feel where we landed is a good start and consistent with some of the other uses in our land use bylaw. And again, this can always be adjusted in the future. I think the screening requirements will help the adjacent landowners as well be protected. You know, looking at those pictures from the McKechnie's, and I drive by there all the time. Yeah, I wouldn't want to step out my front door and look at that either. So, you know, I think that is going to be huge. And definitely heard a lot of good and strong comments about water, and I agree, protecting our water is vital. And for me, that's why this hydrology assessment was a key part of this. I get Alberta Environment has some jurisdiction here, but, you know, as a decision maker, I think understanding how the water works in the area and how it's going to affect the nearby folks, is key to deciding whether gravel extraction should be allowed in an area or not. And, you know, I echo Councillor DePalm's comments on the public consultation. You know, we've seen this with other developments, and I think it's really important that there's some meaningful conversations ahead of an application, and I think it gives us that opportunity to address some of those case-by-case situations and conditions that might arise that may not be addressed in the bylaw. And the one thing, I guess, in you know, the concerns versus the overlay zoning and the discretionary use, that's certainly come up a lot, and this is something that, you know, I had a lot of conversations prior to this, and I've thought about this a lot, and there are pros and cons with both systems. You know, and I don't think either way of doing it is perfect. And, you know, I understand wanting the ability to appeal, but there's risk in appeal too, and we've seen that with previous applications prior to the overlay system. And, you know, I look at the application we had during this term that we denied, and had the applicant had the ability to appeal, they probably would have. And given some of the changes to appeals, that likely would have went to the Land and Property Rights Tribunal, and who knows what would have happened from there. You know, with developments this impactful, I want the decisions that we make to represent our residents protected. And so, you know, like I said, we might not be able to satisfy everyone's concerns today, but I really believe that we're taking a step in the right direction. And I don't want to see this stay as it is. And, you know, the next council can certainly pick this up and continue to improve on it. So I will support second reading.
Thank you. Councillor Moore.
Thank you, Mayor Wood. We have to do something. What we have is broken and flawed, and we've heard that loud and clear. And we need gravel, and I don't want anyone in this room to think that I'm anti-gravel, because I'm not. It's about thoughtful, intentional, science-based development. I think the two main gaps, everything's been discussed by my colleagues, but for me, the hydrology report should be a must. I don't think May is strong enough. I think it's really important that we have this report, and we have it from the right people. It seems, you know, everything's passed off to Alberta Environment and they'll do a good job, and you can't even find their phone number half the time, and they're so busy. The other probably main issue for me is I do believe this should be discretionary, because it is not fair for a resident to be able to appeal but have to go, like we had a judicial review. Who can afford hundreds of thousands of dollars to stand up for your own property, your own home? We're putting David against Goliath here. It's wrong. Our duty, our overarching statement in our MDP is that development should not negatively impact. And if we don't believe what we've heard and we've seen over the last few years, it's definitely not positive, and I would suggest it's negative. So for those reasons, this bylaw, there's gaps, and I know I'm not going to get the support, so I'm not going to waste everybody's time, because it's 4:25 and there's a hockey game tonight. So, but those are my comments, and for those reasons, I won't support second reading. Thank you.
Before you close, Councillor Messer, I'd just like to make a couple of comments. And I guess the first one I would make is that there's a tremendous need for gravel from Red Deer County. And we know that all of our gravel isn't used in Red Deer County. I mean, where in the heck would City of Red Deer and Innisfail and Delburn get their concrete or their gravel from? I mean, they don't have gravel pits. I mean, we have to understand that we got to share our gravel around this community, and part of that is it is going to be used elsewhere. And the thing is that elsewhere in our economic development in our region is extremely important. I'll tell you what, if we don't have the buildings go up and the roads that we need and the gravel that we have, and we get that cost too high, you know what happens? The cost to absolutely every single building, every single road that we do, everything goes up. And we already know that the inflation is killing us already. And so I think that we need to take a hard look at this. And you know what? I take a look at this particular bylaw as it's written. We have taken a look at multiple factors: hydrology, screening, ensuring that we have good public consultation. But the part I'm having trouble with, I'm having a really hard time with this, is that arbitrary distance that we came up with. We came up with an arbitrary distance from 165 to 300. But we also did a lot of other things as well. And I sometimes wonder, do we have to be careful we don't do overkill? You know what? We do. I mean, we heard comments sterilizing the amount of land. I'm not happy with, to be honest with you, I'm not happy with the 300 number. I believe it's arbitrary. It kind of got compared to a dog barking. Well, you know what we did? We found out the dog barking, we made that a whole lot closer too in the last few decisions that we've made. And so I'm having trouble with it, to be honest with you. I'm not going to support second reading today. So, and for that reason, because of the distance. You think it's funny or not? You can think it's funny. I mean, I have the right to speak in my own council chambers, same as your council chambers. I think we all have the right to have respect while we're sitting in these chambers. But today, I support all of the other measures except for the distance, and for that reason, I'm not supporting the second reading. Councillor Messier.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. And I appreciate the opportunity to put the motion on the table and also to close. And I've heard everyone. And I guess it's interesting, you hear the developers and you hear the local landowners, and they can't quite get your point, the 300 meters. Are they happy with it or are they unhappy with it? And we had the debates here. And I think, thank you, staff, for coming up with that wonderful recommendation. During consultation, if we can agree that it can be closer, it can be. And I think that was a compromise to the developer. And yet, if someone truly doesn't want that gravel pit really near their home, 300 meters is a pretty fair distance to stay away from it. So again, it's a compromise. And I heard that with Councillor DePalm. Not everyone's going to win, but we're not here for everyone winning. We're here for everyone to be able to live with it. Remember, gravel pits is a temporary use. Some of the people that spoke here today live on reclaimed gravel pits. Imagine 50 years ago them coming here and they're saying we don't want gravel, and they wouldn't have ended up with the beautiful acreages that they have. It's highly desirable. I see it on TV in Ontario, the old granite pits. They name the community after them. It's funny what you think is not nice to look at, the next person desires. It's a temporary use. I don't want to be near a gravel pit. I don't want to look out my window and see a gravel pit. I didn't know you own your view, because sometimes the mountains bother me, they scare me. Or looking at that big cow operation bothers me because they make a lot of noise and a lot of smells. Yes, we have neighbors. We've got to mitigate the problems between neighbors. I think this has gone a long ways to it. I hear Councillor Moore not wanting second reading because she really doesn't like the gravel overlay. Well, that's a different topic altogether. We're told to keep an open mind. We have a gravel overlay. We're adjusting some changes to it. That's what's on the table today. Future councils might decide to get rid of the overlay and go back to the discretionary use. That's their power in the future. Lobby your councillor, lobby the future if that's truly what you want. But to hold back the changes today because you really don't believe in the overlay is not the proper governance to follow. And so we're asked to do some changes. Interesting, the mayor's idea. I don't like the distance. Let's go back to the old one and stick to the 165. I'm sure some people are going to be really happy with that one. Others are going to be upset about it, but that's his reason. That's why he's allowed to vote. The other thing I heard was mistakes in the past. It seems to have destroyed some trust. I don't trust Alberta Environment. I don't even know where their phone number is. Those are strong statements of untrust. Alberta Environment has met with us at GPC, has come to us to discuss this issue. They're adamant they have strong rules in place to protect the water, to protect the environment. I heard it from a developer. Things have changed in his young life in this industry. The rules from other levels of government are more stringent than they used to be. I've looked at reclaimed gravel pits around Pine Lake. It's wonderful what they can do when they do it properly. And now that there's bonds in place, it'll be enforced that they do it properly. No one ever talks about the good ones. It's always about there's a couple maybe that are contentious, and we've tried to add things in there to prevent that. The hydrology reports. But remember, this is a bylaw for all of Red Deer County, not for a pit that's down that road, not for that existing pit that's already causing a little bit of dust. Those are specific situations. This is for the whole county into the future. And so I wish we didn't have that trust problem, the fear of the unknown. I think the staff has gone a long ways to try and improve the overlay for the protection of our ratepayers, whether they're the residents or the developers. We're all part of the ratepayers of Red Deer County. So thank you, Mr. Mayor, for letting me close. Please call the question on second reading.
All those in favor of second reading? Opposed to second reading? Councillor Moore and I vote opposed. The motion has been carried. We're looking for a third reading. Councillor Holzman, go ahead.
I would move third reading. And just the comment that I would have is I know that I just feel that we've sort of met midway and hopefully both sides can work together. Thank you.
Okay, discussion at third reading. Okay, everyone's heard my reason why I didn't vote for second reading. I wanted it to be clear and I wanted to make it shown that that motion went out there for a reason. Thank you very much. We'll call the question. All those in favor of third reading? Opposed to third reading? Councillor Moore is opposed to third reading. Motion's been carried. Where are we at on the agenda, folks? I need one more motion. Councillor Holzman, please go ahead.
Motion to adjourn at 4:33. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All those in favor of adjournment? We're adjourned at 4:33. I want to thank every single one of you that came.